conclude, mastering shadow work, according to Carl Jung, is not about fighting or erasing the darker parts of yourself, but about understanding them with honesty and compassion. When you bring the unconscious into the light, you reclaim lost energy, deepen self-awareness, and move closer to wholeness. Shadow work is a lifelong journey of integration, one that leads to emotional freedom, authenticity, and true inner peace. If this message resonated with you, please like this video. Share it with someone who may be on a similar healing path, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on self-discovery and spiritual growth. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. 1. The family unconscious and the shared shadow. Choosing to step away from the only origin story you have ever known is perhaps one of the most agonizing yet profound decisions a human soul can make, as it marks the beginning of a descent into the depths of the family unconscious to reclaim one's own light. We often think of inheritance in terms of eye color or heirlooms, but Carl Jung proposed that families share a much deeper, invisible burden known as the collective shadow, a dark pool of denied truths where the skeletons of abuse, neglect, and narcissism are submerged to keep the surface of the family pond looking undisturbed. To understand the psychology of those who cut off their family through the lens of spirituality and spiritual awakening, we must first recognize that every family operates under an unspoken contract, a set of invisible, rigid rules that dictate which parts of reality are allowed into the light and which must remain buried in the basement of the mind. This contract demands a high price for membership. You must agree to see only what the group sees and ignore the fractures in the foundation. For to acknowledge the truth is to threaten the very survival of the tribe. When a family is built upon a foundation of dysfunction, maintaining that unit requires every single member to participate in a shared delusion, a psychological masquerade where toxic behaviors are artfully reframed as tough love or necessary discipline to protect the ego of the collective. Expanding on this concept, we see that the person who eventually leaves is often the one who can no longer sustain the weight of this lie, acting as the truth teller who refuses to drink from the poisoned well of the family's denial. In the realm of spirituality, this rupture is frequently the catalyst for a genuine spiritual awakening, as the individual realizes that their loyalty to a broken system is actually a betrayal of their own divine essence and personal integrity. Transitioning from a state of blind compliance to one of painful awareness, the person begins to see the dark pool for what it truly is, a reservoir of unhealed ancestral trauma that passes from generation to generation like a silent ghost until someone finally has the courage to turn on the light. This process is not merely a psychological detachment, but a profound shift in spirituality, where the seeker understands that blood is thicker than water is often used as a tool of manipulation to bind them to patterns of suffering that hinder their soul's growth. As the individual steps out of the shared shadow, they break the unspoken contract and, in doing so, become the scapegoat for the family's collective discomfort, because their presence serves as a mirror reflecting the truths the family has sworn to ignore. This journey toward wholeness is described by many as walking through a desert of isolation. Yet it is in this solitude that the person finally hears their own voice, distinct and separate from the chorus of ancestral expectations and demands. By refusing to participate in the shared delusion, they are essentially performing an act of spiritual surgery, cutting away the necrotic tissue of the past so that a new, authentic life can finally begin to breathe. It is a transition from the family unconscious into a state of conscious sovereignty, where the individual learns that true belonging is never found in the sacrifice of one's own reality. Ultimately, cutting off a toxic family is not an act of hatred, but a radical act of self-preservation and a commitment to a path of spirituality that honors truth over tradition and healing over the hollow comfort of a lie. This courageous step ensures that the shadow stops with them, effectively breaking the cycle of generational trauma and allowing the light of a spiritual awakening to finally illuminate a future built on the solid ground of honesty and self-respect. Comment: I release the family shadow with awareness. If you're ready to break unconscious cycles and reclaim your authentic self through spiritual wisdom. 2. The black sheep as the truth teller. In Jungian psychology, the person who ultimately cuts ties with their family is often the one carrying what Jung called the role of the identified patient, or symptom bearer, meaning the individual whose reactions reveal what the entire system is trying to hide. This person develops a differentiated perception, an ability to sense the emotional truth beneath polite words and socially acceptable narratives. You notice when affection feels forced, when silence replaces honesty, and when pain is rebranded as discipline or strength. While others adapt by numbing themselves or repeating family myths, you remain inwardly alert to the mismatch between what is said and what is felt. This sensitivity is not accidental. It is the psyche responding accurately to contradiction. Over time, this awareness creates tension, because families organized around denial cannot tolerate clarity. As a result, the one who sees too clearly becomes the one who feels too much, speaks too directly, or refuses to participate in emotional pretense. Because systems resist accountability, the family unconsciously redirects discomfort toward the most perceptive member. You may be labeled too sensitive, unstable, or the one with the problem, even though Jung argued that this reaction is not pathology, but a healthy response to a sick environment. When truth threatens the balance of a dysfunctional system, the system protects itself by isolating the truth teller. You are not diagnosed because you are broken, but because your presence exposes what others work hard not to see. This false diagnosis allows the family to avoid examining deeper wounds, such as emotional neglect, unresolved trauma, or unspoken resentment. In this way, the symptom bearer becomes the emotional container for the entire group, carrying tensions that do not belong to one person alone. The pain you feel is amplified not because you are weak, but because you are absorbing what remains unexpressed by everyone else. The decision to cut ties rarely happens suddenly. It emerges after years of inner negotiation, repeated attempts to explain yourself, and a growing realization that staying requires the ongoing betrayal of your own emotional truth. You may have tried to soften your words, lower your expectations, or minimize your needs in order to preserve connection, only to find that the cost is a gradual loss of self. At this point, separation becomes less about rejection and more about psychological survival. From a Jungian perspective, this moment aligns with the process of individuation, where becoming whole requires stepping away from roles that demand self-erasure. This is where spirituality quietly deepens the experience, because choosing integrity over forced belonging is not an act of rebellion, but an alignment with inner truth. Authentic spiritual development cannot occur in environments where awareness is punished and honesty is framed as betrayal. What is often misunderstood is that the so-called black sheep does not destroy the family. They reveal its unresolved shadow. When the symptom bearer leaves, the system feels destabilized, not because love is gone, but because the mirror reflecting unspoken truths is no longer present. This absence can trigger anger, guilt, or moral judgment from those left behind, reinforcing the false belief that separation is cruelty rather than necessity. Yet from a psychological and spiritual perspective, cutting off contact can be an act of profound self-respect. It allows you to reclaim your nervous system, restore emotional clarity, and rebuild a sense of self not defined by distortion. The deeper message here is not about blame, but about responsibility. Trust your perception when it consistently reveals contradiction. Recognize that being labeled the problem does not make you the cause. Understand that boundaries are not punishments, but protections. And remember that true spirituality and spiritual development begin when you choose inner alignment over conditional acceptance, even when that choice is misunderstood. 3. Individuation. Choosing the self over the role. Individuation is the process of choosing your true self over the role you were trained to perform. And this is where many people who distance themselves from family begin their real psychological awakening. Families often function through unspoken scripts, quietly assigning identities such as the scapegoat, the fixer, the peacemaker, or the golden child. Not because these roles reflect who you truly are, but because they serve the emotional balance of the system. When you grow up inside these roles, love becomes conditional, and identity becomes a performance. And over time, you may realize that your worth has been measured not by your authenticity, but by how well you meet other people's unconscious expectations. Carl Jung captured this struggle clearly when he said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." And family systems are often built precisely to avoid that confrontation. As long as you play your assigned part, the system remains stable. But the moment you begin to change, to question, or to individuate, tension appears. Not because you are doing something wrong, but because you are no longer participating in a familiar illusion. True individuation requires psychological distance, not as an act of rejection, but as an act of discernment. You cannot hear your own inner voice while the implanted voices of childhood are still directing your thoughts, emotions, and decisions. These voices may sound like obligation, guilt, fear of being misunderstood, or the belief that you are responsible for everyone else's emotional state. Creating distance allows you to finally ask yourself who you are without constant correction, comparison, or emotional pressure. And this space becomes essential for separating inherited beliefs from lived truth. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet that privilege often comes with grief, because becoming yourself may mean disappointing those who were invested in the version of you they could control. Distance, in this sense, is not cruelty. It is clarity, and it allows your nervous system to experience safety without constant self-monitoring. As you step out of the role you were given, you may notice resistance from those who benefited from your silence, your compliance, or your emotional labor. This resistance often disguises itself as moral judgment, accusations of selfishness, or spiritual language that urges forgiveness without accountability. But individuation is not about punishing others. It is about ending self-betrayal. Maya Angelou's words ring true here. When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time, because repeated patterns of dismissal, manipulation, or emotional invalidation are not misunderstandings. They are information. Psychological distance gives you the ability to observe these patterns without being consumed by them, to grieve the family you wished you had, and to accept the family you actually experienced without rewriting your reality to maintain peace. Through this process, spiritual wisdom emerges not as blind loyalty, but as self-respect rooted in truth. You begin to understand that guilt does not always mean wrongdoing. Sometimes it simply means you are breaking an old contract that required you to stay small. Individuation asks you to tolerate being misunderstood while you grow into alignment, to value inner coherence over external approval, and to build a life where relationships are chosen, not endured. When you stop playing the role, you stop carrying what was never yours. And in that release, you reclaim the right to define yourself on your own terms, not as a function of the past, but as a conscious participant in your own becoming. If this message resonated with your journey of choosing authenticity over obligation, please like this video and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights into psychological healing and self-individuation. And if you've ever had to choose your true self over a family role that no longer fits, comment, "I choose myself," below, and share what that awakening taught you. 4. Estrangement as a survival mechanism. Cutting off family is rarely an impulsive reaction driven by anger. Instead, it is most often a gradual and painful act of self-preservation that unfolds over many years of emotional strain. The decision usually comes after countless attempts to communicate needs, express boundaries, and seek mutual respect, only to be met with dismissal, denial, or subtle punishment. Each ignored boundary may seem minor on its own, but over time these moments accumulate into what feels like death by 1,000 cuts, slowly eroding a person's sense of safety and self-worth. In this process, the individual is not choosing separation lightly, but responding to a sustained pattern where their emotional reality is consistently invalidated, leaving them chronically tense, anxious, or emotionally depleted. As the pressure builds, the individual often finds themselves caught between loyalty and survival, continuing to tolerate harmful dynamics in the hope that things will finally change. Yet, in dysfunctional family systems, attempts to establish healthy limits are frequently perceived as threats, because the system depends on unspoken rules and familiar roles to maintain stability. When one person begins to prioritize their mental health, the system reacts defensively, reinforcing the message that comfort for the group matters more than psychological well-being for the individual. At this point, the choice becomes painfully clear. Remain within the family structure at the cost of one's sanity, or step away to preserve inner stability and emotional integrity. Choosing sanity over comfort does not mean the absence of love. Rather, it reflects an awareness that love without boundaries becomes self-betrayal. This awareness often coincides with a deeper movement toward spirituality and spiritual awakening, where individuals begin to recognize that honoring their inner truth is essential for psychological survival. They come to understand that enduring constant emotional harm for the sake of appearances is not strength, but conditioning, and that true maturity involves discerning when endurance turns into self-destruction. In this sense, estrangement is not an act of rejection, but a refusal to continue participating in patterns that demand silence, compliance, or emotional sacrifice as the price of belonging. What makes this decision especially complex is the quiet grief that accompanies it, because distancing oneself does not erase attachment or longing. Instead, it requires mourning the family relationship as it actually exists, rather than the one that was hoped for or imagined. This grief is often invisible, carried internally, while the outside world misinterprets estrangement as coldness or ingratitude. Yet psychologically, the separation serves a critical function. It interrupts chronic stress, restores a sense of agency, and allows the individual to reconnect with their own emotional signals. Through this process, many discover that protecting their mental health is not a rejection of family, but an affirmation of life itself, where survival becomes an intentional act rooted in self-respect, awareness, and a deeper alignment with one's inner truth. 5. Overcoming the guilt and social stigma. Social guilt surrounding family separation is rarely neutral. It is often manufactured and reinforced by cultural narratives that elevate endurance over truth and obedience over psychological health, using phrases like "honor your parents" as moral leverage to keep individuals bound to systems that quietly erode their well-being. When you feel this guilt, it does not automatically mean you have failed ethically or spiritually. More often, it signals that you are resisting a structure that benefits from your silence and self-denial. Because dysfunctional families frequently survive not through mutual care, but through unspoken agreements to ignore harm, excuse abuse, and redefine pain as duty. From a Jungian psychological lens, the central obligation of a human being is not blind loyalty to bloodlines, but fidelity to the soul. Since Carl Jung emphasized that when a person repeatedly sacrifices their inner truth to maintain external harmony, they fracture their psyche, and this inner split eventually expresses itself through anxiety, numbness, depression, or a persistent sense of living someone else's life. Remaining inside a toxic family system does not heal it, despite what social pressure insists, because unresolved dysfunction does not dissolve through patience. It reproduces itself through repetition, embedding its patterns into the next generation. When neglect is reframed as discipline and emotional control is mislabeled as love, children learn that survival requires self-erasure, and adults learn that suffering is the price of belonging. By choosing to step away, you are not abandoning the family. You are refusing to transmit its unresolved wounds forward. Jung described this act metaphorically as pruning the family tree, not out of cruelty, but to preserve life, because diseased branches drain vitality from the roots, and without intervention, the entire structure weakens over time. Leaving becomes an act of responsibility rather than rejection, especially when staying would require you to betray your psychological integrity. The backlash that often follows separation is predictable. Accusations of selfishness, coldness, or ingratitude are deployed not to clarify truth, but to restore control. Guilt functions here as a corrective mechanism, designed to pull you back into familiar roles that once stabilized the system. Yet guilt loses its authority when examined closely, because it is frequently inherited rather than earned, absorbed through years of conditioning rather than generated by conscious moral failure. As you grow in spirituality and spiritual development, you begin to recognize that moral maturity is not measured by how much pain you can tolerate, but by how honestly you can live without fragmenting yourself. A soul that continuously violates its own boundaries for the sake of appearances does not grow wiser or kinder. It becomes resentful, exhausted, and internally divided. Choosing distance does not eliminate compassion. It purifies it. When you are no longer forced to suppress your truth, your empathy is no longer fused with self-sacrifice, and your care for others becomes cleaner, less reactive, and less entangled with fear. This distance allows you to redefine love not as endurance of harm, but as respect for psychological limits. Over time, as your nervous system stabilizes and your sense of identity strengthens, the guilt that once felt overwhelming begins to soften, replaced by clarity and inner coherence. You start to see that peace is not something granted by family approval, but something constructed through alignment with your values, boundaries, and lived truth. At its core, this psychological process reveals several essential truths woven into the experience itself. Honoring life sometimes requires leaving rather than staying. Loyalty to the soul is not betrayal, but maturity. Breaking generational cycles is an act of service to the future rather than an attack on the past. And genuine spirituality is not built on suffering for tradition's sake, but on conscious responsibility for one's inner life. When these insights are integrated, separation becomes not an end, but a necessary threshold where healing begins, integrity is restored, and a more conscious, humane legacy becomes possible. Did this part resonate with you as you navigate guilt and social stigma? If it did, comment, "I choose my truth." If you're still struggling, comment, "I'm healing." And if you're somewhere in between, comment, "In progress." 6. The path to healing, chosen family. The moment you stop trying to earn love from people who are emotionally incapable of giving it, something profound begins to shift inside you. Because what looks like loss from the outside is often the first honest act of self-respect on the inside, and this is where healing quietly starts. Walking away from family is not a rejection of love, but a recognition that love cannot survive in environments built on fear, control, or denial. And when you finally accept that truth, you free yourself from the exhausting cycle of proving your worth to those who benefit from your self-doubt. Carl Jung's insight that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are becomes deeply personal here, because many people who cut off family are not running away from connection, but moving toward authenticity, realizing that loyalty without dignity is not virtue, but self-betrayal. And this realization, though painful, opens the door to genuine spiritual wisdom, rooted in lived experience rather than moral obligation. As you release the belief that blood alone guarantees safety or belonging, you become available for something healthier to enter your life: chosen family. These are relationships formed through mutual respect, emotional reciprocity, and truth, rather than inherited roles or silent contracts. And unlike the dynamics you may have known before, chosen family does not require you to shrink, perform, or endure harm to be accepted. Maya Angelou's words, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time," take on new meaning when you reflect on how often you may have stayed too long, hoping for change that never came. And in choosing differently, you are not hardening your heart, but educating it. Chosen family becomes a living classroom for spiritual wisdom, teaching you that love can feel steady instead of volatile, supportive instead of draining, and freeing instead of conditional. And through these relationships, you begin to rewire your understanding of connection, learning that peace is not boring but nourishing, and that safety is not weakness but strength. Jung believed that those who successfully walk away from destructive family systems and learn to thrive do not disappear into isolation, but become a quiet beacon of light for others, because their very existence challenges the belief that suffering is mandatory or that escape is impossible. Without preaching or explaining, your life begins to demonstrate that healing is real, that distance can be sacred, and that choosing yourself does not lead to emptiness, but to alignment. And this embodied truth often reaches people more deeply than words ever could. Viktor Frankl captured this inner shift when he wrote, "When we are no longer able to change a situation, we are challenged to change ourselves." And cutting off family often reflects this exact turning point, where you stop fighting what cannot be healed from within, and instead redirect your energy toward building a life that does not require constant self-abandonment, a life guided by spiritual wisdom rather than inherited guilt. Over time, grief may still surface, not because your choice was wrong, but because you are human. Yet that grief gradually transforms into clarity as you recognize that love rooted in obligation, fear, or emotional debt is not love at all. You begin to understand that boundaries are not punishments, but protections, and that stepping away from harm is an act of compassion toward yourself and future generations. Because patterns end when someone finally refuses to carry them forward. In living this truth, you not only reclaim your own identity, but also quietly disrupt cycles that may have existed long before you, proving that healing does not require permission from those who benefited from your silence. This is the deeper layer of spiritual wisdom behind chosen family and becoming a beacon of light. The realization that the hardest goodbye is not an ending, but the moment you choose truth, dignity, and conscious connection over inherited suffering. And that choice, once made, reshapes everything that follows. Choosing to distance yourself from family is one of life's most difficult crossroads. As we've explored today, this journey isn't just about psychology. It's a spiritual reclamation of your peace, your boundaries, and your soul's growth. Remember, honoring your well-being is not an act of betrayal. It is an act of courage. If this message resonated with you, please give this video a like and share it with someone who might need these words of comfort today. For more insights on healing and inner peace, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming journeys. You will never heal until you understand this about your mother. The bond with the mother is the first and deepest connection of our lives. But for many, it is also the source of our most profound wounds. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. Today, we are diving into a truth that most people spend their entire lives running away from. The realization that your ultimate healing isn't found in changing your past, but in deeply understanding the spiritual blueprint of your relationship with your mother. To truly experience lasting happiness and personal growth, you must be willing to look beyond the surface of your upbringing and see the soul lessons hidden within. Before we begin, I want to hear from you. What is one painful or powerful thing that your relationship with your mother has taught you? Share your thoughts in the comments below, and let's create a space for collective healing. 1. You cannot heal without understanding your mother's unconscious influence. True healing begins the moment you realize that your mother is not just a person in your life, but a psychological blueprint that resides within your very soul, silently orchestrating the rhythms of your heart and the direction of your steps. To embark on a journey of spirituality is to recognize that we are often living out a script written by an unconscious maternal influence. And until we bring that influence into the light of conscious awareness, we remain prisoners of a past we didn't choose. This deep inner work is the cornerstone of a true spiritual awakening, as it requires us to look beyond the surface of our daily struggles and see the invisible umbilical cord that still feeds our insecurities, our fears, and our patterns of self-sabotage. You might spend years reading the most insightful self-help books, engaging in various forms of therapy, or even physically moving across the world to escape a toxic environment, yet find that the same shadows of inadequacy and emotional instability follow you wherever you go. This happens because, as many spiritual teachers suggest, our mother's image is the first mirror we ever looked into. If that mirror was cracked or distorted, we spend the rest of our lives seeing ourselves as broken without ever questioning the glass itself. The profound quote, "The daughter is the mother's shadow, and the son is her echo," reminds us that we often reflect on her unhealed wounds or repeat her unspoken grief, behaving like actors in a play where she was the director of our earliest internal scenes. Understanding this influence is not about casting blame or dwelling on resentment, but about achieving a state of clarity that allows you to differentiate between who she told you you were and who you actually are. Imagine your psyche as a garden where she planted the first seeds. Some were flowers of love, but many may have been the weeds of her own unfulfilled dreams or repressed anger. If you do not pull these weeds from the root, which is the unconscious image of the mother, they will continue to choke out your joy and stifle your growth, no matter how much you water the surface. This process of excavation is a vital part of your spiritual awakening, as it involves dismantling the mother object within you, that internal voice that criticizes you in her tone or makes you feel unworthy of success. To truly heal, you must realize that you have been viewing your relationships through a lens she polished, often seeking partners who either mimic her coldness or demand the same emotional labor she once required. By examining these patterns, you bridge the gap between your physical reality and your spirituality, recognizing that your soul's evolution depends on your ability to break these ancestral chains. It is like being a bird that has been kept in a cage so long that even after the door is opened, you remain inside because the idea of the cage has become your home. The mother's unconscious influence is that invisible cage. As you move forward, use these insights to weave a new narrative where you are the sovereign of your own emotions, acknowledging that while she gave you life, she does not have the right to define your worth. This realization creates a seamless flow of emotional liberation, allowing you to finally step out of her shadow and into the radiant light of your own authentic existence, ending the cycle of pain for yourself and the generations yet to come. Comment below. I choose awareness and healing if you are ready to understand your mother's unconscious influence and begin your true healing journey. 2. A mother is not just an individual, but a psychological archetype. To truly embark on a journey of profound healing and authentic spiritual development, you must first confront a truth that remains hidden in plain sight. Your mother is far more than just the individual woman who raised you. She represents a powerful psychological archetype that resides deep within your soul. According to the insights of Carl Jung, the mother is an archetype in the collective unconscious, a universal blueprint that possesses both nurturing and protective qualities, while simultaneously harboring the potential for control and manipulation. When you find yourself struggling with emotional wounds or recurring patterns in your relationships, you are often not just reacting to your biological parents, but to the immense symbolic meaning that the image of the mother holds deep in your mind. This realization is the cornerstone of spirituality because it shifts your focus from external blame to internal understanding, allowing you to see how this primal force has shaped your worldview and your sense of self-worth. You carry within you an internal map of what it means to be loved, protected, or perhaps even stifled. And these blueprints were etched into your psyche long before you had the words to describe them. To heal, you must recognize that your mother served as your first mirror, reflecting back to you an image of who she thought you were, which may or may not align with your true essence. If that mirror was cracked or distorted by her own unhealed shadows, you might still be looking at yourself through those same jagged edges today. Spiritual development requires you to separate the woman with all her human flaws, traumas, and limitations from the archetype itself, which is the source of life-giving energy and wisdom. By understanding this distinction, you begin to reclaim the power you once unconsciously handed over to her expectations or her judgments. You start to see that the deep affection or the painful friction you feel doesn't just come from specific actions she took, but from the massive weight of the symbols she carries in your subconscious. This is why you will never truly heal until you look past the physical person and address the archetypal mother who still lives in your heart, directing your choices and coloring your emotions. As you dive deeper into this work, you discover that the mother is the gateway to the earth, the body, and the subconscious mind. If your relationship with this archetype is fractured, your connection to your own intuition and physical reality may feel unstable. True healing happens when you stop waiting for her to change and instead begin to reparent the parts of yourself that were left wanting. You must become the nurturer you never had and the protector you always needed, effectively integrating the positive aspects of the archetype into your own being. This process isn't about ignoring the pain or excusing harmful behavior, but about stripping away the illusions that keep you tethered to a childhood version of reality. When you finally understand that she was merely a vessel for a much larger, more ancient energy, the grip of resentment begins to loosen, and you can finally step into your own sovereignty. You are no longer a child seeking validation from a source that might be empty. You are a conscious creator of your own life, grounded in the wisdom of your experiences and the strength of your spirit. By honoring the archetype while releasing the individual from the impossible task of being your everything, you clear the path for a level of peace and self-actualization that was previously unreachable, marking a pivotal turning point in your lifelong evolution. 3. A mother's gaze forms the foundation of your body's value. In the profound journey of self-discovery, you must come to realize that a mother's gaze forms the absolute foundation of your body's perceived value and your sense of worth in this world. This is not merely a biological connection, but a spiritual blueprint. For her recognition or her overwhelming demands during your earliest years became the first lens through which you learned to interpret your own existence. As the philosopher Ralph Waldo Emerson once said, "The men of the world are what their mothers made them," a sentiment that speaks to the inescapable weight of that primary reflection. When a child looks into their mother's eyes, they are searching for a mirror that says they are loved, safe, and inherently enough. However, when that gaze is insufficient, characterized by absence or emotional coldness, it leaves a void that the adult self tries to fill for decades. Conversely, if that gaze was excessive, intrusive, or controlling, it may have smothered your budding identity, teaching you that you only have value when you are meeting someone else's needs. This formative experience often manifests as an unconscious automaticity, a state where you move through life on autopilot, driven by a deep-seated fear of rejection that dictates your every move. You may find yourself trapped in a perpetual cycle of seeking external validation, characterized by an insatiable need for constant receiving, as if you are still that small child waiting for the emotional nourishment that was once withheld. This is where spiritual wisdom enters the healing process, teaching you that these patterns are not your true identity, but rather a survival mechanism born from a fractured foundation. If you do not address this core wound, you will continue to engage in automatic self-identification, viewing yourself through the distorted glass of your mother's limitations rather than the clarity of your own soul. This distortion bleeds into your adult relationships, where you might find yourself unconsciously recreating the same dynamics of neglect or overdependence, searching for a partner to finally provide the gaze that was missing in your youth. As Erich Fromm wisely noted, mother's love is peace. It need not be acquired. It need not be deserved. But when that peace is absent, the resulting inner turmoil becomes the engine of your anxiety. To truly heal, you must step out of this cycle and recognize that your value was never actually contingent on her ability to see you. Spiritual wisdom encourages you to understand that while your mother was the gatekeeper of your early reality, she was also a human being limited by her own unhealed shadows and history. By acknowledging that her gaze was a reflection of her own capacity and not a verdict on your worth, you begin to break the chains of automaticity and reclaim your sovereignty. you start to see that the feeling of not being enough is a ghost from the past, not a fact of the present. Moving forward requires a conscious effort to rewrite the internal dialogue that tells you that you must perform or disappear to be safe. It is an invitation to look within and provide for yourself that steady, loving recognition that was once the responsibility of another. Only when you stop looking back at that first mirror can you begin to see the magnificent reality of who you actually are, independent of the expectations and failures of those who came before you. Subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on how your mother's gaze shapes your sense of worth, your body, and your ability to truly heal. 4. The shadow of the mother continues to control you until it is integrated. Deep within the architecture of our psyche lies an invisible thread that connects our current choices, our fears, and our deepest longings to the very first source of life we ever knew, our mother. This bond is more than just a biological or social connection. It is a spiritual imprint that dictates how we navigate the world long after we have left the nest. If you have ever felt an inexplicable sense of emptiness despite having a stable life, or if you find yourself perpetually trapped in a cycle of seeking external validation, you are likely dancing with what psychologists and spiritual seekers call the mother shadow. To truly step into your own power and experience a genuine spiritual awakening, you must first pull this shadow into the light of consciousness. For as long as it remains hidden, it acts as a silent puppeteer of your destiny. The shadow of the mother continues to control your emotional landscape until it is fully integrated into your conscious self, a process that requires both courage and a deep commitment to spirituality. When the image of the mother, not just the physical woman, but the psychological archetype she represents, remains outside of your awareness, you become a prisoner to patterns that feel like personality traits, but are actually survival mechanisms. You may find yourself constantly seeking the approval of others, acting like a performer on a stage where the audience's applause is the only thing keeping your self-worth afloat. This desperate need for a nod of agreement from the world is a direct echo of the child's primal need for maternal gaze. And without integrating this shadow, you will always feel like a fragment of a person rather than a whole being. This lack of integration manifests as a heavy, lingering guilt that arises whenever you dare to have an expectation that differs from what is expected of you, making you feel as though your very independence is an act of betrayal. Because you have not yet reconciled with the maternal energy within, you are likely to repeat controlling or dependent relationships, subconsciously recreating the familiar dynamics of your childhood in an attempt to finally win a different outcome. It is a haunting cycle where you feel empty even when your life appears successful on the surface, a void that no amount of material wealth or social status can fill. Carl Jung, the great explorer of the human soul, famously captured this dilemma when he stated, "What is not perceived controls you." This profound truth serves as a reminder that the parts of our history we refuse to look at are the very parts that drive our behavior from the darkness of the unconscious. To heal, you must move beyond the surface level of blame and instead look at the mother archetype as a mirror of your own internal landscape. This journey is not about pointing fingers at a person, but about reclaiming the energy you have projected onto them, allowing you to finally fill that inner emptiness with your own presence. As you begin this work, you start to see that the mother is the first window through which you view the universe. And if that window was cracked or clouded, your entire perception of reality remains distorted until you clean the glass. Integrating the shadow means acknowledging the ways you were nurtured and the ways you were neglected, holding both truths simultaneously without letting either define your future. This integration is the gateway to a true spiritual awakening, where you no longer look to the world to mother you, but instead learn to provide that infinite source of love and security from within your own spirit. By merging the perceived with the perceiver, the strings of the puppeteer are cut, and for the first time in your life, you are free to walk a path that is entirely your own, guided by wisdom rather than wounding. 5. Healing is not a fault, but seeing the mother as a human being. Healing begins the moment you stop looking at your mother as a god or a monster and start seeing her as a human being who was once a child herself, navigating a world just as confusing as the one you inhabit. Many of us carry a heavy burden of resentment or idealized longing, but true spirituality requires us to peel back these layers of projection to witness the raw, unfiltered truth of her existence. Carl Jung, one of the greatest explorers of the human psyche, did not suggest that you should cut your mother out of your life or dissect her mistakes with a cold, clinical heart. Instead, he taught the importance of bringing the image of the mother into consciousness. This means you must move beyond the mother myth and recognize the woman who exists beneath the titles and roles. To achieve real spiritual development, you must allow yourself to see everything, even the love that was missing, because acknowledging a void is the only way to begin filling it with your own self-compassion. You have likely spent years suppressing your true emotions because you were taught that honoring your parents meant ignoring your own pain. But you must realize that you are allowed to feel profound sadness and even burning anger without a single ounce of guilt. These emotions are not betrayals. They are signals from your soul that your inner child is finally being heard. By confronting these feelings, you break free from the exhausting work of maintaining a false narrative or viewing your mother solely as the culprit responsible for every one of your failures. When you stop casting her as the villain in your story, you simultaneously stop casting yourself as the permanent victim, which is a vital step in your journey of spirituality. You must understand that she likely inherited her own set of shadows and unhealed wounds from those who came before her, passing down a legacy of brokenness that she did not have the tools to fix. This realization does not excuse her actions, but it provides the context necessary for you to stop taking her limitations personally. As you integrate this awareness, you begin to dissolve the energetic chains that have kept you tethered to the past, allowing you to stand in your own power for the first time. The process of spiritual development is often painful because it demands the death of your illusions. Yet it is only through this death that your true self can be born. You are essentially reclaiming the energy you once spent on blame or desperate seeking and redirecting it toward your own growth. This shift in perspective transforms your relationship with your past from a prison into a schoolroom. You are no longer waiting for an apology that may never come, or a change in her behavior that she may be incapable of providing. Instead, you are taking full responsibility for your own heart, which is the ultimate act of spiritual maturity. By seeing her as a flawed person who struggled with her own demons, you grant yourself the permission to be a flawed person who is allowed to heal, grow, and eventually thrive beyond the reach of childhood shadows. Comment below. I see my mother as human. If you're ready to release blame, soften your heart, and begin true healing. 6. Personalization. Becoming your inner childcare provider. In order to truly begin your journey of profound emotional recovery, you must first confront a truth that many spend their entire lives running away from. You will never fully heal until you understand that the relationship you had with your mother set the blueprint for how you interact with the entire world. This is not about casting blame or dwelling on the past with bitterness, but rather about gaining the spiritual wisdom necessary to reclaim your own identity from the shadows of your upbringing. Most of us go through life wearing various intricate masks we crafted in childhood, specifically to please our parents or to ensure our survival in a family dynamic where our true selves did not feel safe. These masks eventually become so heavy that we forget who is actually underneath them. Yet the first step in your liberation is the conscious decision to eliminate these performances and stop living for an audience that may never give you the applause you crave. As the renowned psychologist Carl Jung once wisely noted, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This fate often manifests in how you project your mother's image onto those around you. You might find yourself constantly seeking validation from your partner, your boss, or even your close friends, not realizing that you are actually asking them to fill a void that they are simply unequipped to handle. You are essentially looking for the mother in every room you enter, searching for that primary source of security in people who cannot possibly provide it. This projection keeps you trapped in a cycle of disappointment and external dependency, leaving you feeling like a child in an adult's body, forever waiting for permission to be happy. To break this cycle, you must undergo the vital process of reparenting, which means you must become your own inner child care provider and your own source of unconditional love. This requires you to sit with your inner child, that vulnerable part of you that still feels small, unheard, or unprotected, and offer it the very things you missed out on during your formative years. You must learn to listen to your own needs with the same intensity you once used to monitor your mother's moods, and you must protect your boundaries with a fierce maternal devotion. When you decide to become your own inner mother, you stop waiting for a phone call or an apology that may never come, and you start providing yourself with the safety and nurturance required for a soul to flourish. As Maya Angelou beautifully stated, I am the human being surviving the wild, and I am the wild. This means you possess the inherent strength to nurture yourself back to wholeness without needing external permission. You have the power to stop the projection and start the introspection, realizing that the love you have been chasing out there has been waiting for you to cultivate it in here. By integrating this spiritual wisdom into your daily existence, you transform from a person who reacts to their past into a person who creates their own future. You are no longer a victim of a story you did not write. Instead, you become the conscious author of a life built on self-respect and authentic connection. This path is not easy, and it requires you to be patient with yourself as you unlearn decades of conditioning. But it is the only road that leads to true, lasting peace. You must remember that the goal is not to change the mother you had, but to change the relationship you have with yourself today. By becoming your own protector and listener, you ensure that your inner child finally feels seen, heard, and deeply loved by the one person who will never leave: you. This is the ultimate act of self-reclamation, a journey of 1,000 steps that begins with the single realization that you are already enough. 7. Once your mother's image is integrated, self-cultivation and self-worth are reborn. When the unconscious image of the mother is finally recognized and integrated, something fundamental shifts inside you, not as an idea, but as a lived experience that quietly restructures your inner world. You begin to see that many of your choices were never truly free. They were shaped by invisible expectations, inherited guilt, and a deep-seated belief that love had to be earned. Once this inner image is brought into awareness, choice itself changes. You no longer choose out of fear of punishment, abandonment, or disapproval, and you no longer carry the feeling that wanting something for yourself is somehow wrong. Decisions stop being moral negotiations with an internal judge and start becoming clear responses to what is true and necessary for your growth. This is what it means to choose without sin, not the absence of mistakes, but the absence of unconscious self-betrayal. As this integration deepens, relationships naturally reorganize themselves. They are no longer built on imbalance, emotional debt, or silent contracts where you give more in hopes of finally being chosen. You stop unconsciously recreating childhood dynamics where love was conditional and safety depended on performance. Instead of attaching to others from a place of lack, you meet them from a grounded sense of self, which allows connection without dependency and closeness without loss of identity. You no longer confuse intensity with intimacy or sacrifice with loyalty, and you begin to recognize that healthy love does not require you to abandon your needs, mute your truth, or constantly prove your value. Boundaries form without hostility. Honesty replaces appeasement, and mutual respect becomes the foundation rather than an exception. This psychological shift is not limited to the mind. It is felt directly in the body. When the internalized mother image loosens its grip, the nervous system no longer has to stay in a constant state of alertness, scanning for signs of rejection or preparing defenses against imagined disappointment. The body becomes lighter because it is no longer holding decades of suppressed vigilance. The mind quiets because it is no longer rehearsing how to be acceptable, lovable, or safe. What once felt like your personality overthinking, anxiety, emotional exhaustion reveals itself as a survival response that is finally allowed to rest. In this space, your energy begins to return to you, and clarity replaces tension as your default state. The most profound transformation, however, occurs in how you relate to your own worth. You stop living as though love is something you must earn through achievement, obedience, or self-denial. The belief that you must deserve affection dissolves, and in its place arises a quiet knowing. You are already enough. This knowledge does not come from affirmation or external validation. It emerges naturally when the internal authority that once measured your worth is no longer in control. Self-cultivation is reborn at this stage, no longer driven by shame or the need to fix yourself, but by respect for who you already are. Growth becomes an act of alignment rather than self-correction, and discipline becomes a form of care rather than punishment. Within this shift, spirituality takes on a deeper and more grounded meaning. Practices are no longer used to bypass pain, suppress anger, or force forgiveness prematurely. Instead, spirituality becomes a tool for presence, discernment, and integration. You allow yourself to feel without collapsing and to observe without judging, which opens the door to genuine spiritual awakening rather than spiritual performance. You no longer rush healing to reach an imagined state of purity or peace. You allow transformation to unfold naturally as your inner world comes into balance. In this way, spirituality becomes embodied, expressed through how you choose, relate, and care for yourself in everyday life. As the mother image is integrated rather than denied or resisted, you reclaim authorship over your inner voice. It shifts from a demanding authority into a steady guide, one that supports rather than controls. Your standards rise without arrogance. Your compassion deepens without self-sacrifice, and your sense of self stabilizes without rigidity. Life begins to reflect this internal coherence. Relationships feel cleaner, choices feel calmer, and your presence feels rooted. Self-worth is no longer something you chase or defend. It becomes the ground from which you live, create, and connect, allowing both self-cultivation and spiritual awakening to emerge as natural expressions of wholeness rather than goals you are struggling to reach. To honor this moment of integration and renewal, affirm your commitment to self-cultivation and self-worth. Comment below, "I integrate and rise," to acknowledge your healing journey and inspire others to reclaim their inner wholeness. Healing your relationship with your mother isn't just about changing the dynamic between two people. It's about liberating your own soul. By understanding the spiritual lessons and ancestral patterns passed down through her, you reclaim your power and finally allow your inner child to find peace. Remember, your healing begins the moment you stop seeking validation and start seeking understanding. If this message resonated with you, please give this video a like and share it with someone who might need this wisdom today. To continue your journey of self-discovery, make sure to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming insights. Thank you for watching, and stay mindful. Why the universe isolates you before your destiny arrives. As the ancient philosopher Aristotle once said, "Whosoever is delighted in solitude is either a wild beast or a god." But what if that sudden, heavy silence in your life isn't a punishment, but a divine preparation? Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we are diving deep into a mystery many of you are currently living through. Why the universe isolates you before your destiny arrives. This period of sacred loneliness is often the final forge before your greatest breakthrough, stripping away the noise so you can finally hear the call of your true purpose. We encourage you to embrace these principles in your daily life as a catalyst for profound personal growth and lasting happiness. Have you been feeling more alone than usual lately? Drop a yes in the comments and share how you're navigating this season. We'd love to hear your story. 1. The divine strategy of isolation. The divine strategy of isolation is not a sign of bad luck or a cruel rejection by the world. Instead, it represents a deliberate and sacred withdrawal of the soul from the external noise of modern life. When the universe begins to distance you from familiar faces and comfortable routines, it is acting with surgical precision to clear a stage that has become too crowded for your next chapter. This process of spirituality often feels like a heavy silence, yet this quietude is the very workshop where your true self is forged. Imagine a master gardener who prunes a rose bush with care. He does not cut the branches to hurt the plant, but to ensure that its energy is no longer wasted on dying leaves, allowing a magnificent bloom to emerge. In this same way, you are being pruned of distractions so that your energy can be redirected towards your highest calling. As you navigate this transition, it is helpful to remember that the eagle flies alone while the crows flock together, signifying that your path to greatness requires a level of independence that the crowd cannot provide. This shift is a fundamental part of a spiritual awakening, serving as a protective cocoon where the old version of you can dissolve to make way for a more powerful identity. The universe creates this void because you cannot hear the subtle whispers of your destiny while you are surrounded by the loud opinions and expectations of others. By removing the noise, the cosmos forces you to look inward and confront the layers of social conditioning that have hidden your true potential for years. This period of solitude acts as a celestial filter, removing individuals and habits that are no longer resonant with the frequency of your future. It is a necessary clearing of the path, much like an architect who must demolish an old, unstable structure before a grand cathedral can be built in its place. While the heart may ache during this time of separation, you must realize that those who left your life were not taken by accident. They were moved so that their limitations would not become your own. This isolation is a sacred pause, a time to master your emotions and find a sense of peace that does not depend on external validation or the presence of others. As you move deeper into this quiet space, you begin to understand that being alone is not the same as being lonely. You are being held in a state of divine preparation, where every moment of silence serves to sharpen your intuition and strengthen your spirit. This internal refinement ensures that when the doors to your destiny finally swing open, you will walk through them with the clarity and maturity required to sustain your success. Just as a prophet finds the divine not in the roaring wind or the earthquake, but in the still, small voice, you are now being granted the silence necessary to hear your own truth. Every day spent in this solitary workshop is a brick laid in the foundation of your future self, building a resilience that will make you unshakable when you finally step back into the light. This period of isolation is the ultimate act of love from the universe, a strategic move designed to ensure that you are not just ready for your destiny, but that you are worthy of the greatness you have been seeking. Are you ready to step into what's next? Type "I am prepared" in the comments below. 2. The law of Negredo, the blackening. When you find yourself standing in the echoes of a sudden silence, watching the people and projects you once cherished drift away, it is easy to mistake this vacuum for a tragedy. However, you are currently entering a sacred transit known in the ancient traditions of alchemy as the Negredo, or the blackening, which serves as the foundational stage of your spiritual development. This is the moment where the universe draws a circle around you, closing the doors to the outside world so that you have no choice but to look within. It often manifests as a period where everything false must dissolve, stripping you of the masks you have worn to please others and the roles you have played to fit in. While this phase may feel like a collapse or a heavy blanket of depression, it is actually a profound process of psychological decomposition, where your old identity is being composted to create fertile soil for a truer version of you. You are being asked to sit in the darkness, not as a prisoner, but as a seed planted in the deep earth, waiting for the internal chemistry of your soul to shift. The isolation you are experiencing is a deliberate intervention by a higher intelligence that recognizes you cannot reach your highest destiny while tethered to the expectations of your past. By removing the noise of social validation, the universe forces you to confront the raw reality of your own spirit, a vital step in high-level spirituality that cannot be bypassed or rushed. You are being refined in a celestial furnace where the heat of solitude burns away the dross of the ego, leaving behind only the indestructible diamond of your essence. This blackening is not meant to break you, but to break the shell of the person you used to be, ensuring that when your breakthrough finally arrives, you are standing on a foundation of self-reliance rather than external approval. Every person who has walked away and every door that is slammed shut is a gift of space, providing you the room to stretch your wings without hitting the walls of someone else's limitations. As you navigate this transition, you must understand that the bridge to your future is one that you must cross alone, for the weight of your old life would cause it to crumble. This period of being set apart allows you to calibrate your energy to a higher frequency, ensuring that you are mentally and emotionally prepared for the massive responsibilities that come with your true calling. You are being shielded from the opinions of those who cannot see your vision, protected by a wall of solitude until your inner light is strong enough to shine without being extinguished by the winds of doubt. Trust that this temporary disappearance from the world is the precursor to a permanent emergence into your greatness. The universe is not punishing you with loneliness. It is honoring you with the privacy required to undergo a total metamorphosis, turning the decay of your old life into the fuel for your most magnificent rebirth. 3. Individuation, removing the masks. When you find yourself suddenly standing in the quiet theater of isolation, it is easy to mistake the silence for abandonment, but through the lens of profound spiritual wisdom, you must realize that the universe is actually clearing the stage for your true self to emerge. This period of solitude is a deliberate, divine strategy known as individuation, a sacred process where you are called to dismantle the complex architecture of the masks you have spent a lifetime constructing. Since the moment you were born, you have likely been layering on personas: the obedient child, the high achiever, the people pleaser, all designed to secure a sense of belonging or to shield your vulnerabilities from a judgmental world. However, your destiny is far too significant to be carried by a counterfeit version of yourself, and thus, the universe intervenes by removing the audience, forcing you into an inner wilderness where there are no distractions to hide behind. As the renowned psychologist Carl Jung once observed, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And this transition requires a sterile environment where the loud, demanding expectations of society can no longer reach you. In this stillness, you are finally pushed to confront the uncomfortable question of who remains when there is no one left to impress, revealing the raw essence of your soul that has been buried under decades of social conditioning. This inner wilderness acts as a crucible for the spirit, burning away the superficial traits you adopted for survival so that your authentic core can finally breathe. You might feel a sense of grief as these old roles fall away, but remember the words of the poet Rumi: "Don't grieve. Anything you lose comes round in another form." The form that is currently dissolving is merely the shell. What is being birthed is a sovereign individual who no longer requires external validation to feel whole. By stripping away your social safety nets, the universe is teaching you that your value is inherent and independent of your utility to others. This isolation serves as a rigorous training ground where you learn to distinguish your own internal voice from the internalized voices of your parents, peers, and critics. As you navigate this profound loneliness, you must understand that you are not being punished with rejection, but rather protected from the influence of those who would keep you tethered to a version of yourself that you have outgrown. To reach your highest potential, you must be unshakable, and a person who still wears a mask is inherently fragile because they are constantly performing for an audience. As Ralph Waldo Emerson famously wrote, "To be yourself in a world that is constantly trying to make you something else is the greatest accomplishment." This accomplishment is forged in the fires of solitude, where you are forced to provide your own light and your own direction. The universe isolates you because the magnitude of your upcoming destiny requires a level of self-awareness and strength that can only be developed in the absence of outside noise. You are being refined into a vessel capable of holding a much greater power, a power that would shatter the fragile masks of your past. Furthermore, this period of separation ensures that when you finally step into your purpose, your foundations will be built on the rock of self-knowledge rather than the shifting sands of public opinion. You are learning to sit with your shadows and your light simultaneously, integrating every fragmented piece of your history into a unified, powerful whole. This is the true meaning of spiritual wisdom, recognizing that the void is not empty, but full of the potential for recreation. When the universe decides it is time for you to rise, it first makes sure you are standing on your own 2 feet, unburdened by the weight of other people's dreams or the fear of their disapproval. You are undergoing a metamorphosis that demands the total dissolution of the caterpillar before the butterfly can take flight. And while the liquid state of the cocoon feels chaotic and lonely, it is the only state in which a miracle can occur. Trust that the silence is not a sign of absence, but a sign of the universe's intense focus on your evolution, preparing you to emerge as a person who no longer needs a mask to be worthy of the sun. Have you felt the universe isolating you lately? Share how you're navigating this season in the comments below. If you're committed to discovering your true self, comment "unmasking" so we can embark on this transformation together. 4. Outgrowing old soul contracts. When you find yourself standing in the sudden, echoing silence of a life that once felt crowded, it is essential to realize that this isolation is not a punishment, but a sacred preparation directed by the universe. In the realm of spirituality, this period is often described as the Great Pruning, a necessary phase where the external world falls away so that your internal landscape can finally flourish. This thinning of your social circle is the primary hallmark of a profound spiritual awakening, signaling that you have reached a pivotal threshold where your old reality can no longer contain the magnitude of your future self. The people who are currently fading from your view are not villains or antagonists in your story. They are simply individuals whose energetic signature no longer matches your evolving frequency. As you ascend to a higher state of consciousness, the unspoken agreements and deep-seated codependencies that once served as the glue for your relationships begin to lose their grip because their purpose has been fulfilled. Attempting to cling to these departing connections is much like trying to wear clothes you have outgrown. The fabric is too tight, the movement is restricted, and the discomfort serves as a constant reminder that you are meant for something larger. This transition requires a courageous acknowledgement that your soul contracts with certain people have reached their natural expiration. These contracts are like the scaffolding used in the construction of a grand cathedral. They were vital for your early development and provided the structural support you needed to reach a certain height. But once the spire is complete, the scaffolding must be removed so the true architecture can be revealed to the world. We often mistake this dismantling for a personal loss, yet it is actually a divine liberation. The universe isolates you because the destiny awaiting you requires a version of yourself that is no longer tethered to the expectations, traumas, or limited perspectives of those who belong to your past. To illustrate this, consider the metaphor of the lobster. As it grows, its shell becomes a confining prison that causes immense pressure. To survive and expand, the lobster must retreat into the lonely shadows of a rocky crevice, shedding its old protection to grow a new, stronger shell. Without that period of vulnerable isolation, growth would be impossible. In your own journey, the silence you experience is the rocky crevice where your spirit is strengthened and your vision is cleared of the static of others' opinions. By removing the noise of the crowd, the universe ensures that you can finally hear the distinct whisper of your own intuition, which is often drowned out by the demands of social performance. During this phase of spiritual awakening, you are being taught to source your validation from within, rather than from the shifting shadows of external approval. This solitary confinement of the soul is designed to strip away the masks of people-pleasing and the heavy armor of societal roles that you have worn for far too long. As you navigate this void, you begin to understand that the universe isn't taking things away from you. It is simply clearing the path so you don't trip over old baggage when it is time to run toward your purpose. Every departing friend and every canceled plan is a redirection toward a higher alignment. This isolation is the universe's way of ensuring that when you finally step into your destiny, you do so as a whole, an integrated being, unencumbered by the weight of expired loyalties and ready to inhabit the magnificent life you were always destined to lead. 5. Reclaiming projected power. You have likely noticed that throughout your life, you have a pervasive tendency to give away pieces of your own soul without even realizing it, often placing your most divine attributes, your confidence, your innate creativity, and your inner strength onto the shoulders of those around you. This act of projecting your power onto others creates a fragile dependency where you believe that these beautiful qualities belong to someone else. And when those individuals inevitably exit your life, you are left feeling hollow and abandoned as if they took your very essence with them. However, the universe uses isolation as a sacred tool for your spiritual development, stepping in to clear the stage of all distractions so that you are forced to stand in the stillness and recognize that the light you saw in others was actually a reflection of the light burning within yourself. This period of solitude is not a punishment, but a profound initiation into spirituality, requiring you to retrieve these projections and stop looking for external mirrors to tell you who you are or what you are worth. As you navigate this quiet path, you begin to understand that the void you feel is not an absence of value, but a sacred space, waiting for you to reclaim your own energy, teaching you that you are and have always been your own primary source of validation. When the universe isolates you before your destiny arrives, it is stripping away the crutches you have leaned on, so that when you finally step into your purpose, you do so with a foundation built on self-reliance rather than the fleeting approval of others. By learning to hold your own hand through the darkness, you bridge the gap between who you were and who you are destined to become, realizing that the qualities you once admired in others were merely dormant seeds inside of you, waiting for the right season of silence to bloom. You must understand that you are learning to be your own source of validation, a lesson that can only be mastered when the noise of the world is silenced and you are left with nothing but your own reflection. This process of reclaiming projected power is essential because your destiny requires a version of you that is whole, undivided, and fully aware of its own potency, without needing a crowd to confirm it. As you move through this transformative phase, you are essentially gathering back all the scattered fragments of your spirit that you left in the hands of friends, partners, and mentors, finally acknowledging that the brilliance you sought in the world has been residing in your own heart the entire time. By the time the doors to your future finally swing open, you will walk through them not as a person seeking completion, but as a sovereign being who understands that the qualities you admired in others actually belong to you. This realization ensures that your success is sustainable, as it is no longer tied to the presence of any specific person, but anchored deep within your own unshakable soul. Help us spread this light by liking this video and subscribing to the channel. Activate notifications to join us for every new lesson in spiritual wisdom. To align yourself with the universe's plan, type, "I trust the process of my isolation" in the comments. 6. Shifting from loneliness to sovereignty. Have you ever felt as though the world is intentionally pushing you away, leaving you in a silent, echoing space where the connections you once relied on begin to fade into the background? It can feel incredibly heavy, like an uninvited burden or a stroke of bad luck. But you must understand that this period of isolation is not a punishment. It is a sacred invitation into a deeper realm of spiritual wisdom designed to prepare you for the magnitude of your destiny. When the universe begins to strip away the external noise, it is doing so because the person you were cannot survive where you are going, and the distractions of your current environment are acting as anchors, holding you back from your true potential. You are currently navigating a profound shift from the ache of loneliness, that hollow feeling of incompleteness, where you search for others to fill the gaps in your soul, into the majestic power of solitude, which is the divine capacity to rest peacefully and powerfully in your own presence. As the great philosopher Paul Tillich once said, language has created the word loneliness to express the pain of being alone, and it has created the word solitude to express the glory of being alone. This transition is the most critical phase of your evolution because it transforms you into a sovereign being, a state of existence where you are no longer a victim of your circumstances or a beggar for external validation. In this space of sovereign independence, you stop broadcasting a frequency of need or lack, and instead begin to radiate a resonant energy of fullness and internal completion. Think of this process like the metamorphosis of a caterpillar. It must enter the dark, cramped isolation of the cocoon, where its entire structure is broken down before it can emerge with the wings of a butterfly. If you were to skip this quiet phase, you would never develop the strength required to fly. And the universe knows that your destiny requires a version of you that is unswayed by the opinions of the crowd. This spiritual wisdom teaches you that your value is not a variable determined by social invitations or the approval of others, but rather a constant, inherent truth that can only be felt when the static of the world is silenced. Rumi, the profound mystic, once whispered through time, "The beauty you see in me is a reflection of you." And in your solitude, you finally start to see that beauty without the distorted lenses of other people's expectations. This time of being alone is actually a high-level training ground where you are learning to calibrate your energy so that when your destiny finally arrives, you meet it as an equal rather than someone seeking a rescue. By finding your own North Star in the stillness, you learn to trust your intuition over the roar of the collective, realizing that being alone is the ultimate laboratory for self-mastery. It is in this profound silence that you hear the whispers of your higher self, guiding you toward the mission you were born to fulfill with a clarity that was impossible to achieve amidst the chaos of your former social life. You are being refined in the fire of silence so that you can shine with the light of 1,000 suns. And every moment of this solitude is a brick being laid in the foundation of a magnificent life. As you embrace this sovereignty, you become an attractor, for higher level opportunities and relationships that match your new, elevated vibration. This period of isolation is merely the universe clearing the stage for a grand performance, ensuring that when the curtains finally rise, you are standing in your full power, entirely self-possessed and ready to lead the life you were always meant to live. 7. The energetic filter. When you begin the profound journey of a spiritual awakening, the universe often initiates a period of profound isolation that serves as a divine protective barrier, often referred to as the energetic filter. This phase is not a sign of abandonment, but a sophisticated recalibration of your entire being, designed to ensure that you are no longer a match for the shadows of your past. As you do the inner work and become whole within yourself, your energetic signature changes in a way that is visible to the unseen world. You stop radiating the frequency of lack and start broadcasting the frequency of completion. This shift acts as an invisible sieve, purposefully thinning out your social circle and removing those who were only attracted to your unhealed wounds or your subconscious desperation for external validation. It is a necessary clearing of the stage, for the universe knows that you cannot build a monument to your future on a foundation of people-pleasing or survival-based attachments. By stripping away these distractions, the isolation forces you to sit with your own soul, teaching you that your value is inherent and not something to be negotiated or bartered for in the marketplace of human approval. This transformative solitude is the laboratory where your destiny is forged, much like the way a diamond is created under immense pressure and complete darkness deep within the earth. During this time, the metaphors of old remind us that a master archer must pull the string back into a tense, lonely stillness before the arrow can be launched toward its target with precision and power. If you are currently feeling set apart, it is because the universe is refining your frequency to prepare you for conscious relationships bonds that are established through intentional choice and spiritual alignment, rather than the frantic need for someone to fill your empty spaces. As you move through this process, you realize that the isolation is actually a gift of discernment, preventing you from entering your next season with the same vulnerabilities that caused you to stumble in the last. This period of spirituality in action ensures that when the doors to your destiny finally swing open, you will walk through them as a sovereign being, no longer seeking a savior, because you have already found the light within yourself. Every moment of this quiet transition is a step toward a life where you attract only that which mirrors your new, elevated vibration, ensuring that your future is populated by those who celebrate your light rather than those who feed on your shadows. Do you recognize the energetic filter at work in your life? If you trust the process, comment below. I am chosen for a higher purpose, and I trust the timing. 8. You are the destiny. You might feel as though the world has suddenly turned its back on you, leaving you in a hollow space where the phone no longer rings and your old passions seem to have withered away into nothingness. This period of deep, often painful isolation is not a stroke of bad luck or a celestial punishment. Rather, it is a deliberate and sacred phase of your spirituality and personal growth. When the universe pulls you back from the noise of the crowd, it is creating a vacuum where your true self can finally be heard without the interference of external expectations or the constant chatter of a demanding society. You are being ushered into a private sanctuary because your spiritual development requires a level of focus and internal alignment that cannot be achieved while you are busy pleasing others or chasing superficial milestones. In this profound silence, the universe is systematically stripping away the layers of who you thought you were, the job titles, the social masks, and the emotional dependencies to reveal the raw, unbreakable core of your being that has been hidden for years. It is vital to understand that the greatest revelation is that destiny is not an external event, person, or job. Destiny is who you become during the silence. You are currently in a period of incubation, much like a seed that must spend time in the dark, cold earth before it has the strength to break through the soil and bloom toward the sun. This isolation serves as a form of spiritual protection, keeping you away from distractions and energies that would only dilute the power of the person you are becoming. During this time, you must learn to recognize the difference between being alone and being lonely. The former is a state of empowerment where you reclaim your energy, while the latter is a longing for something outside of yourself to fill an internal void that only you can bridge. As you navigate this solitary path, you begin to see that your worth is not tied to your productivity or your social standing, but to the depth of your presence and the clarity of your spirit. The universe isolates you because it knows you are not yet ready to carry the weight of your future blessings without a solid foundation of self-love. It is forcing you to face your shadows and heal your old wounds so that when your destiny finally arrives, you won't look to it for validation, but will instead meet it as a complete and sovereign individual. The ultimate victory is the realization that you are already complete, and anything that arrives later is simply a shared experience, not a missing piece of your soul. Every door that is closed and every person who has walked away was a necessary removal to make room for the authentic life you are meant to lead. You are not being forgotten by the divine. You are being refined, polished, and perfected for a purpose that is far greater than your current perspective allows you to see. This process of spiritual development is often difficult because it involves the death of the ego, but it is the only way to ensure that you have the character to handle the heights you are about to reach. Embrace the stillness and listen to the whispers of your soul, knowing that this period of solitude is the very foundation upon which your greatest triumphs are currently being built. In essence, being isolated by the universe isn't a punishment, it is a sacred preparation. This period of solitude is designed to strip away the noise of the world so you can finally hear your own inner truth and align with the greatness that awaits you. Trust the process, embrace the quiet, and know that your destiny is closer than it appears. If this message resonated with you, please give this video a like and share it with someone who might need this encouragement today. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming guides on your journey to enlightenment. Thank you for watching, and we'll see you in the next video. 7 hidden hair signs you are entering a higher vibration. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. But what if the signs of that awakening were already manifesting physically right in the strands of your hair? Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where we bridge the gap between ancient psychology and spiritual evolution. Today, we are revealing the 7 hidden hair signs you are entering a higher vibration, exploring how your physical form mirrors your internal growth. As we dive into this wisdom, I have a question for you. Have you noticed sudden changes in your hair's texture or vitality during moments of deep intuition? Let me know in the comments below. I read every story. Now, if you are ready to decode what your body is trying to tell you, let's begin this journey together. 1. Vibrational luminosity, the inner glow. In the vast and mysterious landscape of spirituality, our physical bodies often serve as the most honest barometers of our internal state, acting as maps that chart the geography of our souls. And nowhere is this more evident than in the condition of our hair, which has long been regarded in ancient traditions as an extension of the nervous system and a conductor of cosmic energy. As we embark on the tumultuous yet rewarding journey of a spiritual awakening, we often look for grand visions or thunderous revelations. Yet the truth is frequently found in the quiet transformation of our biology, specifically in what we might call vibrational luminosity, or the inner glow. This phenomenon is not merely a matter of aesthetics or the result of an expensive conditioning treatment, but rather, it is the first distinctive sign that you are entering a higher frequency of existence. You may begin to observe that your hair develops a natural, inexplicably radiant shine and luster that seems to emanate from the core of the strand itself, a sheen that no product, oil, or serum can artificially replicate because it is not born of chemistry, but of alchemy. This luminosity is the physical manifestation of energetic alignment, a concept that Carl Jung might liken to the integration of the shadow, where the friction of our internal conflicts ceases to drain us, allowing our vital life force to flow unimpeded. When you are trapped in the lower vibrations of survival, fear, and unresolved trauma, your body is in a constant state of physiological stress, a dryness that permeates every cell, rendering the hair brittle, dull, and lifeless, much like a plant deprived of water. However, as you commit to the work of spirituality, shedding the heavy, dense layers of accumulated anxiety and releasing the emotional burdens that have long weighed upon your shoulders, a miraculous physiological shift occurs. This release of emotional density acts like a soothing balm to your entire system, allowing your nervous system to shift from a sympathetic state of fight or flight into a parasympathetic state of rest and digest, deeply hydrating your internal landscape and calming the electrical storms of the mind. As this inner tranquility takes root, your body ceases to hoard its resources for survival and begins to channel energy toward flourishing, causing your hair to reflect the light of your inner peace. It is as if the very structure of your hair becomes translucent, a halo of vitality that signifies you have moved beyond the heavy, opaque armor of the ego and into the luminous transparency of the soul. This newfound shine is a testament to the fact that you are no longer merely surviving the chaos of the world, but you are metabolizing your experiences with grace, turning the lead of your suffering into the gold of wisdom. Therefore, when you catch that glint of light in your hair, recognize it not as vanity, but as a sacred confirmation that your spiritual awakening is physically altering you, proving that as you heal the invisible wounds within, the visible world begins to glow in resonance with your truest self. Comment below, "I radiate divine light," if you are ready to embrace your inner glow. 2. Effortless flow, softness, and manageability. Have you ever noticed that on certain mornings, as you stand before the mirror with your brush in hand, the bristles seem to glide through your strands as if they are moving through water, devoid of the usual resistance or knots that once plagued your daily routine? This subtle shift in the texture and manageability of your hair is not merely a result of a new conditioner or a change in the humidity, but rather it is a profound biological and energetic reflection of a much deeper transformation occurring within your psyche. Your hair is far more than just dead protein filaments. It is an extension of your nervous system and a sensitive antenna that broadcasts the state of your inner world, serving as a tangible record of your history, your stress, and your emotional vibration. In the past, when you found yourself constantly battling against the currents of your destiny, trying to control every outcome and micromanaging the people around you, your body was flooded with the chemistry of resistance, causing your hair to become brittle, tangled, and defensive, much like your own spirit. However, as you embark further on your path of spirituality and commit yourself to genuine spiritual development, a softness begins to emerge from the inside out, signaling that you have finally stopped forcing your way through life and have instead chosen to embrace the rhythm of existence. This transition into softness is the physical manifestation of surrender, a state where you are no longer holding on to old traumas or tightening your grip on how you think life ought to look, but are instead allowing the universe to support you. Just as water flows effortlessly around obstacles, never struggling but always finding its way, your spirit is learning to move with the same grace, and your physical body is responding by releasing the tension it has held for years. The knots in your hair were often symbolic of the knots in your mind, the overthinking, the worry, and the rigid need for certainty. But as those mental knots loosen through your dedication to spiritual development, the physical manifestations of that stress dissolve alongside them. You are entering a vibration of ease where the struggle is replaced by trust. And this lack of internal resistance means your energy field is no longer jagged or chaotic, but smooth and harmonious. It is a sign that you are becoming a vessel for higher energy, allowing life to move through you rather than crashing against you. And this effortless flow is the ultimate confirmation that you are aligning with your true, authentic self. When you stop fighting the wars within yourself, your body receives the signal that it is safe to soften, safe to relax, and safe to shine without defense. This change in your hair is a quiet, intimate message from your soul to your conscious mind, validating that the inner work you have been doing is taking root and bearing fruit in the material world. It is a reminder that the most powerful form of strength is not rigidity or hardness, but rather the capacity to remain soft and manageable in a world that often demands hardness. As you continue to nurture your spirituality, you will find that this manageability extends far beyond your morning routine seeping into your relationships, your career, and your daily challenges, turning what used to be mountains of frustration into simple, manageable hills. You are no longer a stone blocking the river, but the water itself. And in this state of effortless flow, you realize that everything you need comes to you, not because you forced it, but because you became the kind of person who could receive it with grace. 3. Scalp sensitivity, the crown chakra opening. The phenomenon often begins subtly, manifesting as an inexplicable tingling sensation, a gentle pressure, or a distinct heightened sensitivity to touch and temperature specifically localized on the scalp, acting as the first tangible indicator that you are entering a higher vibration. This is not a sensation to be dismissed as a mere dermatological triviality or a reaction to the physical environment. Rather, it represents a profound physiological and energetic shift occurring at the very summit of your being. In the realm of spiritual wisdom, the scalp is far more than just skin covering the skull. It is the physical guardian of the crown chakra, the energetic gateway known in ancient traditions as the thousand-petaled lotus. When you experience this specific type of sensitivity, it signifies that this dormant energy center is stirring from its slumber, effectively thinning the veil between your individual consciousness and the expansive energy of the universe. It is as if the roof of your spiritual house is being opened to allow the light of the cosmos to flood in, and your physical body is reacting to this immense influx of high-frequency light and information by creating these somatic sensations. You are physically registering the presence of the divine, feeling the weight of spiritual downloads as they press against the boundaries of your current understanding, urging you to expand your capacity for awareness. Central to this experience is the role of your hair, which serves a function far more complex and mystical than modern aesthetics acknowledge. Within this context of spiritual awakening, your hair acts as a sophisticated spiritual sensor, operating much like the delicate whiskers of a feline or the antennae of an insect, reaching out into the ether to gather subtle data. Each strand of hair is rooted in a nerve-rich follicle that acts as a conduit for energy, picking up on the electromagnetic frequencies and emotional vibrations of the environment around you. When your vibration raises, your nervous system becomes hyper-attuned, and your hair becomes an extension of this heightened nervous system, detecting shifts in the atmosphere that the eyes cannot see and the ears cannot hear. This creates a feedback loop where the external vibrations of the world interact directly with your internal energetic state through the medium of the scalp. It validates the ancient belief held by many indigenous cultures and sages that long hair preserves energy and increases intuition. You are literally feeling the static of the spiritual realm as your personal frequency aligns with the higher dimensions, turning your physical form into a finely tuned instrument of reception. This biological and spiritual integration brings to mind the profound insights of Carl Jung, who dedicated his life to bridging the gap between the known physical world and the unknown depths of the psyche. Jung famously noted that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are, and this scalp sensitivity is a somatic marker of that becoming, a sign that the self is merging with the greater whole. As the crown chakra opens and the scalp tingles with this new aliveness, you are stepping out of the isolation of the ego and into the collective interconnectedness that Jung described. The pressure you feel is the dissolving of old mental structures, making way for a new architecture of thought that is aligned with universal truth. It is a process of energetic refinement where the body must adjust to house a more potent spirit. Therefore, when this sensation arises, it is an invitation to stillness and trust, a confirmation that you are not just imagining a change, but are physically and spiritually mutating into a being capable of holding and transmitting a frequency of light that was previously inaccessible to you. If you accept this energy and are ready to expand, repeat after me. I release all resistance to my awakening. I claim this energetic shift as a blessing for my soul. 4. Resonance with authenticity, loving your natural texture. The journey into a higher state of consciousness often manifests first in the quietest moments of your morning routine, specifically in the sudden, inexplicable drop of the desire to alter who you are physically. For the longest time, your hair may have been viewed as a project, a problem to be solved, or a wild entity to be tamed through heat, chemicals, and relentless manipulation. This compulsion to straighten what is naturally curly or to curl what is naturally straight is rarely just about aesthetic preference. Rather, it is deeply rooted in the illusion of control, a psychological mechanism where the ego attempts to dictate reality to assuage the subtle fear of not being enough. However, as you undergo a profound spiritual awakening, this internal friction begins to dissolve, and you find yourself looking in the mirror, feeling a strange, new exhaustion with the artifice of it all. The straightening irons gather dust. The appointments to chemically alter your essence are canceled, and in their place rises a profound sense of peace with your natural state. This is the undeniable sign of resonance with authenticity, a clear indication that the war you have been waging against your own biology is finally coming to an end. This significant shift represents an act of what can be best described as vibrational sovereignty, a reclaiming of your energy from the external expectations that once held you captive. When you stop manipulating your hair, you are doing far more than changing a hairstyle. You are releasing the deep-seated shame that once whispered that your natural texture, your raw, unedited self, was essentially flawed, messy, or inadequate. In the realm of deep spirituality, this is a critical pivot point where the soul asserts its dominance over the persona, allowing the mask to fall away so the true self can breathe. By embracing your natural texture, you are returning to your authentic code, signaling to the universe that you are finally safe to be yourself without modification or apology. The specific patterns, waves, or flow you once despised become a testament to your freedom, serving as a physical declaration that you are no longer willing to twist yourself into shapes that do not fit your spirit. You are learning to flow with the river of your own existence rather than swimming upstream against it. And this radical acceptance of your physical reality serves as the ultimate foundation for holding a higher vibration. 5. Hair appearing in dreams. When you drift into the enigmatic world of dreams, you are not simply experiencing random firings of the brain, but rather entering a sacred dialogue with your own subconscious, where deep truths are communicated through powerful symbols. Among these nocturnal messages, the appearance of hair stands out as a profound indicator of your current state of being, signaling that you are traversing a critical threshold in your personal spirituality. In these visions, hair is far more than a physical trait. It serves as a potent archetype for your identity, your vitality, and the psychic power you hold in the waking world. When your soul begins to vibrate at a higher frequency, your subconscious mind uses the image of hair to illustrate the complex changes happening within your internal landscape, acting as a mirror to the transformation of your ego and self-concept. If you find yourself dreaming of cutting your hair, this is rarely a sign of vanity or superficial change, but rather a dramatic and necessary symbol of release and renewal. This act signifies that you are consciously or unconsciously severing ties with a past version of yourself that no longer resonates with your evolving spirit. It is a visual representation of shedding old skins, letting go of outdated beliefs, and releasing the heavy emotional baggage that has kept you tethered to a lower vibration. By removing the old hair in the dream, you are making space for new growth, effectively declaring to the universe that you are ready to step into a lighter, more authentic existence. This is a crucial aspect of spiritual development, as it requires the bravery to dismantle who you were to become who you are destined to be. On the other hand, dreams that involve brushing, grooming, or attempting to untangle knotted hair point toward a desire for clarity and the restoration of order within your psyche. When you encounter tangled hair in a dream, it often reflects the confusion or chaotic energy you may be navigating in your daily life, serving as a gentle nudge from your inner self to pause and address these complications. The act of brushing through these knots symbolizes your active participation in smoothing out the rough edges of your thoughts and emotions, aligning your mental state with the peace you seek. It suggests that you are in the process of integrating new wisdom, organizing your internal world so that intuition can flow through you without obstruction, much like energy flowing through the nervous system. These vivid dreams are confirmations that your soul is hard at work, even while your body rests, integrating the massive spiritual shifts you are experiencing. Whether you are cutting away the old or grooming the new, your subconscious is revealing that your identity is fluid and currently undergoing a magnificent restructuring. By paying attention to these signs, you validate your own journey, understanding that the changes in your self-perception are not crises, but celebrations of growth. You are effectively graduating to a new level of consciousness, where your external identity is finally beginning to match the luminous, high vibrational reality of your spirit. Leave a like and subscribe to our channel, and activate the notification bell so you don't miss any profound insights like this, and continue elevating your frequency. Type in the comments, "I am ready to receive higher wisdom." 6. Syncing with lunar cycles. There is a profound and often overlooked phenomenon that occurs when your internal vibration begins to rise. A subtle communication between your physical body and the cosmos that manifests through the simple, everyday act of grooming. You may find yourself standing in front of a mirror, struck by a sudden, visceral urge to cut your hair, or, conversely, an overwhelming desire to deeply nourish and treat it without any logical reason or planned schedule. If you were to check the calendar in that precise moment, you would likely discover a startling synchronization. Your intuitive impulse aligns perfectly with the phases of the moon. This is not a coincidence, nor is it merely a fleeting whim of vanity. It is a powerful indication that you have begun to exit the rigid, linear construct of artificial clock time and have successfully returned to organic spiritual timing. In this state, you are no longer marching to the mechanical ticking of a man-made watch, but rather flowing with the ancient cyclical rhythms of nature itself, vibrating in harmony with the celestial bodies that govern the tides and the seasons. This deep sensitivity suggests that your connection to the natural world is being restored to its primal state. Consider for a moment that the human body is composed largely of water, much like the surface of the earth. And just as the moon's gravitational pull commands the rising and falling of the ocean tides, it exerts a similar influence over the biological waters within you. When you are operating at a lower vibration, you are often numb to these pulls, distracted by the noise of modern society and the demands of the ego. However, as you access deeper spiritual wisdom, your physical vessel becomes a finely tuned instrument, an antenna capable of detecting subtle shifts in universal energy. As the renowned psychologist Carl Jung famously observed, at some point, the earth will have to answer. In your case, the earth is answering through your intuition, signaling that your psyche is no longer separate from the environment, but is intertwined with the living soul of the world. You are experiencing what the ancients knew instinctively, that we are microcosms of the macrocosm, and our growth cycles mirror those of the planets. When this synchronization fully takes hold, you will notice that your urges are not random, but specific to the energy of the lunar cycle. For instance, during the waxing phase leading up to the full moon, when the energy of the universe is expanding and reaching its peak, you might feel a sudden heaviness in your hair, a desire to release and let go. This is because hair often holds on to energetic residue, serving as a record of your past emotions and stressors. Cutting your hair during the full moon becomes a spiritual ritual of release, shedding the dead weight of the past, just as the moon completes its cycle of illumination. Conversely, during the new moon, when the sky is dark and the energy is focused on germination and new beginnings, you may feel a magnetic pull to apply oils, massage your scalp, or nurture your roots. This is your intuition guiding you to sow seeds of intention, focusing on health and internal growth when the cosmic energy supports new life. You are acting without checking a forecast because your spirit is the forecast. This shift represents a liberation from the matrix of artificial time, the stressful, linear pressure that dictates we must always be producing, moving, and doing. By syncing with lunar cycles, you are embracing the wisdom of rest and flow. You are acknowledging that there is a time to grow and a time to prune, a time to hold on and a time to let go. The philosopher Lao Tzu once wrote, "Nature does not hurry, yet everything is accomplished." By embodying this truth through your hair care rituals, you are stepping into a higher frequency of existence where you trust the timing of your life implicitly. You are no longer fighting the current. You are becoming the river. This alignment is one of the quietest yet most definitive proofs that you are walking a path of enlightenment, guided not by the expectations of the world, but by the silent, rhythmic wisdom of the universe itself. 7. Intuitive styling. energy management. As you traverse the deeper layers of your spiritual awakening, one of the most profound yet subtle shifts occurs in the relationship you hold with your physical vessel, specifically regarding the crowning glory that is your hair. You may find yourself moving away from styling choices dictated by vanity, fashion trends, or social expectations, and instead, you begin to embrace a form of intuitive styling that prioritizes energetic resonance over aesthetic perfection. This transition is not merely a change in taste, it is a surfacing of deep, subconscious wisdom, where you begin to recognize that your hair serves as a biological extension of your nervous system, acting as a sensitive antenna that interacts with the electromagnetic fields around you. In the realm of spirituality, this realization marks a pivotal moment where you stop viewing your body as a mannequin to be decorated and start treating it as a sacred instrument of energy management, instinctively knowing how to modulate your frequency through the manipulation of your hair. When you feel an inexplicable compulsion to gather your hair into a tight bun or a high knot atop your head, you are engaging in a powerful act of energetic containment and preservation. This is often not a conscious decision to look tidy, but rather a spiritual reflex to seal your crown chakra and prevent the leakage of your vital life force during moments requiring intense concentration or self-protection. By pulling the hair away from the face and neck and coiling it upon the crown, you are symbolically and energetically closing the circuit, signaling to the universe that you are in a state of consolidation. It allows you to harness your scattered thoughts, bringing them into a singular point of focus, much like a laser, enabling you to navigate complex tasks or deep introspection without being drained by external static. You are creating a fortress of solitude within your own aura, establishing a boundary that says you are currently self-contained and holding your power within. In direct contrast to this containment, there are days when the very sensation of a hair tie feels suffocating, and your spirit demands the freedom of loose, flowing strands. This urge usually coincides with periods where your intuition is seeking to expand, and you are in a state of high receptivity to the messages of the cosmos. Wearing your hair down unbinds your antennas, allowing the free flow of energy to move through every strand, thereby heightening your sensitivity to the environment and the emotions of others. It is an act of energetic vulnerability and openness, a way of declaring your readiness to feel, sense, and commune with the invisible world. In this state, your hair acts as a net, catching the subtle breezes of inspiration and the whispers of divine guidance, integrating the external world with your internal landscape in a seamless dance of connection. Furthermore, we must consider the ancient and deliberate practice of braiding, which serves as a profound mechanism for grounding and structural alignment. When you feel drawn to weave your hair into plaits, you are subconsciously performing a ritual of binding the mind, body, and spirit into a cohesive whole. The rhythmic motion of overlapping three strands creates a geometry of stability, acting as an anchor when the high-frequency energies of a spiritual awakening feel too chaotic or overwhelming. A braid is not just a hairstyle, it is a woven intention, a way to tame the wildness of pure energy and channel it into a tangible, manageable form. It connects you to the earth, reminding you that while your spirit may soar, your feet must remain planted. Ultimately, this intuitive styling is a clear indication that you have graduated from superficial grooming to masterful energy work, utilizing the natural tools of your body to protect your aura, enhance your intuition, and maintain your spiritual equilibrium. If this message has resonated with your spirit today, leave a comment of affirmation. I embrace my transformation. I am stepping into my highest vibration. In the end, view these changes in your hair as your spiritual antenna tuning into a new station. You are entering a season of heightened intuition and power. Do not ignore these silent signals. Instead, honor them as proof that you are entering a higher vibration and becoming the person you are destined to be. If you found value in this video, please hit the like button and share this wisdom with a friend. Don't forget to subscribe to the Spiritual Wisdom channel and click the bell icon to stay updated. We will see you in the next video. 5 words that break generational pain. The chains that bind us are often forged long before we are born. But as the saying goes, it runs in the family until it runs into you. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we are exploring a profound shift in consciousness that can heal your past and liberate your future. We're diving into 5 specific words that have the power to dissolve years of inherited struggle and stop the cycle of generational pain in its tracks. These aren't just words. They are keys to a life of greater peace, happiness, and authentic growth. As we begin, I want to hear from you. What is one cycle or habit you are determined to break for your future self? Let's start a conversation in the comments below, and let's discover how to apply these spiritual principles to your daily life starting right now. 1. I see you. Healing the pain of invisibility. Much generational pain originates not from overt harm, but from emotional absence, from moments when a child's inner world was ignored rather than acknowledged. When a child's feelings are dismissed, when their excitement is met with indifference, or when their sadness is treated as something to move past quickly, the child learns a quiet but powerful lesson. Their inner experience does not matter. These moments do not disappear with time. Instead, they sink beneath conscious awareness, shaping identity from the shadows. Carl Jung described this process through the concept of the shadow, the parts of the psyche that are not inherently negative, but are pushed into the unconscious because they were never mirrored, welcomed, or understood. What is unseen does not dissolve. It becomes hidden, waiting for recognition. As these unacknowledged emotions accumulate, the child adapts by suppressing their authentic responses in order to remain connected to their caregivers. Over time, this adaptation hardens into a pattern, and the adult who emerges may function well on the surface while carrying a persistent sense of invisibility beneath it. Even achievement, praise, or intimacy may fail to satisfy, because the original wound was not about success or approval, but about emotional presence. This is why so many adults feel unseen even when they are loved, admired, or needed. The pain does not come from the present moment alone, but from an unresolved absence in the past that continues to echo through the nervous system and the psyche. Healing this wound does not begin by revisiting every memory or assigning blame to previous generations. It begins with awareness, with the willingness to witness what was once ignored. This is where spirituality and spiritual awakening move beyond abstract ideas and become lived experiences. To consciously say, "I see you," to the inner child is not symbolic language alone. It is a psychological and emotional act of restoration. It means slowing down enough to notice your own emotional responses without judgment, allowing feelings to exist without being rushed, corrected, or dismissed. In doing so, you provide the recognition that was once missing, and this recognition begins to soften the shadow rather than deepen it. Jung emphasized that healing occurs not when the shadow is eliminated, but when it is integrated through conscious relationship. When you meet your inner child with attention instead of avoidance, compassion instead of criticism, something shifts internally. The parts of you that once felt invisible no longer need to demand recognition through anxiety, overachievement, or emotional withdrawal. They begin to trust that their presence is allowed. This internal witnessing gradually changes how you relate to others, because the need to be seen externally no longer carries the same urgency. Relationships become less about seeking validation and more about mutual presence. As this process continues, generational patterns begin to loosen. The emotional neglect that once passed silently from parent to child loses its grip, not through confrontation, but through conscious interruption. By seeing yourself, you break the cycle of invisibility. The simple phrase, "I see you," becomes an inner posture rather than a statement, shaping how you respond to your emotions, your needs, and your boundaries. Over time, this practice transforms the relationship you have with yourself, allowing you to live from a place of integration rather than fragmentation, and from awareness rather than unconscious repetition. Comment below, "I see you," if you're ready to release the pain of invisibility, honor your inner child, and begin breaking generational wounds with spiritual wisdom. 2. You belong here. Releasing the wound of not fitting in. The feeling of not belonging is not something you were born with. It is something you learned over time through subtle experiences of rejection, misunderstanding, or emotional distance. Somewhere along the way, you discovered that being fully yourself did not always feel safe, and so you began to adjust, to soften certain traits, to hide others, or to abandon parts of your inner truth in order to be accepted by family, school, or society. This process often happened quietly, without conscious choice, yet it shaped how you relate to yourself and to the world. You learned that fitting in seemed to guarantee connection, while standing out risked isolation, and slowly, belonging became something you felt you had to earn, rather than something you were entitled to by simply existing. As this pattern deepened, you may have started carrying an invisible tension inside, a constant sense of monitoring how you are perceived, questioning whether your presence is welcome, or wondering if there is something fundamentally different about you that keeps you on the outside. Even in rooms full of people, this inner separation can remain, because the pain is not about physical isolation, but about emotional disconnection from your authentic self. Carl Jung's concept of individuation speaks directly to this experience, reminding us that true psychological and spiritual health does not come from conformity, but from becoming whole by reclaiming every part of who we are, including the aspects that were once rejected or suppressed. When you internalize the belief that you do not belong, you unknowingly continue a generational pattern in which authenticity was discouraged and emotional needs were minimized. Many families pass down survival strategies rather than emotional truth, teaching children, often without words, that love is conditional and belonging requires self-erasure. Over time, this creates adults who function well on the surface, yet feel disconnected on the inside, constantly seeking validation while quietly fearing rejection. Saying, "You belong here," interrupts this cycle at its root, because it challenges the inherited belief that your worth depends on adaptation, usefulness, or silence. True belonging begins the moment you stop abandoning yourself. It is not created by changing who you are to match the environment, but by allowing yourself to exist fully and honestly within it. This is where spirituality and spiritual development move beyond theory and become lived experience. Spiritual growth is not about escaping who you are. It is about returning to yourself with compassion and clarity. When you allow every part of you to exist, your sensitivity, your doubts, your emotions, your unique way of seeing the world, you create an inner safety that no external approval can replace. As you practice this inner return, something shifts in how you relate to others. You no longer approach connection from a place of performance or fear, but from presence. You begin to notice that the need to belong was never about fitting into every space, but about finding or creating spaces where authenticity is welcomed. This realization can feel unsettling at first because it may challenge long-held habits of self-protection, yet it is also deeply liberating. The parts of you that once felt out of place often turn out to be the very parts that carry depth, insight, and emotional truth. The message, "You belong here," is not directed outward. It is an inner affirmation that reshapes your relationship with yourself. It reminds you that you do not need to earn your place in the world by shrinking or conforming. Instead, belonging becomes a natural result of self-acceptance. When you stop rejecting yourself, you also stop repeating the emotional exile that may have existed in your family line for generations. Healing, in this sense, is not dramatic or performative. It is quiet, consistent, and deeply transformative. The lesson to take forward is clear and practical. Notice where you still edit yourself to feel accepted, and gently choose honesty instead. Pay attention to moments when you silence your needs and practice acknowledging them without guilt. Understand that discomfort does not mean you are wrong. It often means you are growing. Let your measure of progress be how safe you feel being yourself, not how well you fit into expectations. By embracing the truth that you belong here fully, imperfectly, and authentically, you reclaim not only your sense of connection, but your right to exist without apology. Did this message resonate with you? If you're ready to release the wound of not fitting in, comment, "I belong here" below, and let this truth anchor into your heart. 3. You are safe. Re-regulating a wounded nervous system. Emotional safety is not a luxury the nervous system forgets. It is a foundation the body either received or learned to live without. When emotional safety was missing in childhood, your body adapted by staying alert, learning to scan for danger even in ordinary moments, and this adaptation often survives long after the original threat has disappeared. Anxiety, chronic tension, fear of closeness, and a constant sense of urgency are not personality flaws, but the echoes of a nervous system that once had to protect you when no one else did. Carl Jung observed that unresolved suffering does not remain silent, but transforms into psychological symptoms. And this insight reveals why the body reacts before the mind can explain what is happening. What you feel today may not belong to the present moment at all, but to an earlier chapter that never received reassurance. Living in constant vigilance teaches the body that rest is unsafe and closeness is risky, which is why calm can feel unfamiliar and intimacy may trigger discomfort instead of comfort. You may notice your shoulders tightening without warning, your breath becoming shallow, or your heart racing in moments that logically pose no danger. These reactions are not signs that something is wrong with you. They are signs that something once happened to you. Healing begins when you stop trying to argue with these reactions and instead meet them with presence. Spiritual wisdom reminds us that awareness itself is transformative, because when you become conscious of what your body is doing, you reclaim choice where there was once only reflex. The phrase, "you are safe," becomes powerful precisely because it speaks the language of the nervous system rather than the language of logic. Safety is rebuilt in the present moment through grounding, gentle self-soothing, and repeated signals that the danger has passed. When you slow your breath, feel the weight of your body, or place a hand over your heart, you are communicating reassurance at a level deeper than thought. Bessel van der Kolk famously said, "The body keeps the score," yet the body also learns new patterns when it is met with patience and compassion instead of force. Repeating safety is not a weakness, it is re-education. Jung warned that what we do not make conscious will direct our lives, and we will call it fate. And nowhere is this truer than in the realm of emotional safety. When fear operates unconsciously, it governs relationships, decisions, and self-worth without your consent. When safety becomes conscious, you begin to respond rather than react. You learn that calming yourself does not mean denying pain, but staying with it long enough for regulation to occur. Safety grows slowly, the same way trust always does, through consistency rather than intensity. This process is deeply compassionate toward the inner child who once lived in a world that felt unpredictable. That child does not need explanations or analysis. It needs reassurance and repetition. Each time you choose gentleness over self-criticism, you interrupt a generational pattern of emotional neglect or instability. Spiritual wisdom teaches that healing the nervous system is not only personal but ancestral, because regulation is contagious, and calm carried forward reshapes what future generations inherit. As Maya Angelou said, "Do the best you can until you know better. Then when you know better, do better." And learning safety is one of the most profound ways of knowing better, because it allows your body to finally rest, your mind to soften, and your life to unfold without being driven by an old alarm that no longer needs to sound. Subscribe for more spiritual wisdom that supports healing, safety, and deep nervous system regulation. 4. You are enough, ending the cycle of worth through performance. At the root of much generational pain lies a quiet but powerful belief learned early in life, that love must be earned. Many people were raised in environments where affection, attention, or safety depended on achievement, obedience, or emotional performance. As a result, the nervous system learned to associate worth with doing rather than being. You may have felt that rest was laziness, that mistakes threatened connection, or that slowing down meant risking rejection. Over time, this belief hardens into an internal rule that says, I am valuable only when I am useful, impressive, or pleasing. This is how generational pain silently passes from one generation to the next, not through dramatic trauma alone, but through everyday expectations that teach a child to trade authenticity for approval. Carl Jung described this adaptive strategy through the concept of the persona, the social mask we develop to survive and belong. The persona is not inherently harmful. It helps us function in the world, meet expectations, and navigate social roles. Yet when love in childhood is conditional, the persona becomes more than a mask. It becomes a prison. You learn to over-identify with what you do rather than who you are, shaping yourself into what is rewarded and hiding what feels inconvenient or vulnerable. Jung warned that when the persona replaces the true self, the individual becomes estranged from their own soul. This estrangement often shows up later in life as chronic exhaustion, anxiety, perfectionism, or a persistent sense of emptiness, even in moments of success. You may achieve much and still feel unworthy because the inner child is still trying to earn a love that should have been freely given. Generational pain continues precisely because this pattern feels normal. Parents who were loved conditionally often love their children in the same way, not out of cruelty, but out of unconscious inheritance. Praise becomes tied to grades, behavior, or accomplishments, while emotional presence becomes inconsistent. Over time, the child internalizes the belief that rest must be justified and that value disappears when productivity stops. This is why so many adults struggle to relax without guilt or feel anxious when they are not actively proving themselves. From the perspective of spirituality, this is not merely a psychological issue, but a spiritual wound, because it disconnects you from the truth of your inherent worth. Spiritual awakening often begins when this illusion cracks and you start to question why love ever needed to be earned in the first place. Healing begins the moment you consciously affirm the words, "You are enough," and allow them to challenge the old inner contract. This affirmation is not a motivational slogan. It is a direct confrontation with the belief system that kept generational pain alive. To say, "You are enough," means your existence alone has value, independent of performance, productivity, or perfection. Jung once wrote that the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, because acceptance dismantles the entire structure built around proving, striving, and self-denial. When you allow yourself to rest without guilt, to say no without explanation, and to exist without performing, you are not becoming passive. You are reclaiming your humanity. In this space, the nervous system slowly learns that safety no longer depends on constant effort. As this realization deepens, spirituality shifts from something you practice to something you embody. You stop seeking worth through external validation and begin to experience it as an inner truth. This is where spiritual awakening quietly unfolds, not through dramatic revelations, but through the steady release of self-judgment. You may notice that your relationships change because you no longer overgive to earn love, and your sense of self stabilizes because it is no longer tied to outcomes. By affirming that your worth is inherent, you interrupt the transmission of generational pain at its root. The cycle ends not through blame or rebellion, but through conscious rest, self-acceptance, and the courage to believe that you were always enough, even before you learned how to prove it. If this message spoke to your heart, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss more spiritual wisdom like this. And if you're ready to release the need to prove your worth, comment below, "I am enough just as I am." 5. I forgive you. Releasing inherited and internalized pain. I forgive you is not a statement meant to excuse harm, minimize suffering, or soften what should never have happened. It is a decisive inner act that releases you from carrying pain that was never truly yours to bear. Forgiveness, in its deepest sense, is not directed outward for the comfort of others, but inward for the liberation of your own life force. Because unresolved pain does not disappear with time. It settles quietly into your nervous system, your emotional reactions, and the patterns you repeat without understanding why. Carl Jung taught that parents unconsciously pass down their unlived lives, suppressed emotions, and unresolved wounds. And when these remain unseen, they are transmitted not through words, but through atmosphere, behavior, and emotional absence or control, shaping the child long before conscious awareness develops. As a result, you may grow up believing that anxiety, guilt, emotional numbness, or hyperindependence are simply your personality, never realizing that much of what you carry was inherited rather than chosen. Saying, "I forgive you," becomes a radical interruption of this cycle, not because the past suddenly becomes acceptable, but because you refuse to let it define your future. Forgiveness breaks generational pain by allowing shadow integration, the process Jung described as bringing rejected or hidden aspects of the psyche into awareness, where they can be understood instead of acted out unconsciously. When resentment remains unexamined, it quietly governs decisions, relationships, and self-worth, keeping you bound to the very wounds you believe you are protecting yourself from. Forgiveness loosens that bond by shifting you from emotional captivity into conscious choice, which is a central movement in both true spirituality and authentic spiritual development. Rather than repressing anger or forcing positivity, forgiveness acknowledges the wound fully, while releasing the belief that holding on to pain will restore justice, safety, or love. Over time, resentment hardens into identity, shaping how you see yourself and others, while forgiveness allows energy to return to parts of the self that were frozen in survival mode. This is not weakness. It is a reclaiming of power, because nothing drains the psyche more than unresolved emotional debt passed from one generation to the next. Equally important is the forgiveness you extend toward yourself, because many of your behaviors were adaptations formed in environments where emotional safety was uncertain or unavailable. You learned how to survive before you learned how to feel, and those strategies once protected you, even if they now limit intimacy, self-expression, or trust. Forgiving yourself does not deny responsibility or growth. It recognizes that your younger self acted with limited resources and awareness, doing what was necessary to endure. Continuing to punish yourself for responses formed in survival only deepens the inner split, while self-forgiveness allows integration, maturity, and self-respect to emerge naturally. Jung famously observed, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." And forgiveness is one of the most direct ways to bring unconscious pain into conscious awareness. It transforms inherited suffering into insight rather than repetition, breaking the illusion that pain must be carried forward to be honored. When you forgive, you are not erasing memory. You are changing your relationship to it, reclaiming parts of yourself that were sacrificed for belonging, peace, or approval. This act prevents unresolved wounds from leaking into future relationships, parenting, and the inner dialogue that shapes your sense of worth. Forgiveness is not a single moment, but an ongoing practice of awareness, one that creates a boundary between past and present and allows you to live without being emotionally governed by old wounds. The deeper message is clear. Forgiveness frees energy rather than excusing harm. Generational pain ends when one person chooses consciousness over resentment. Self-forgiveness is essential for integration. Shadow work is necessary for genuine healing, and true spirituality and lasting spiritual development begin when you stop carrying what was never yours to hold. To wrap up, healing generational pain isn't just about changing your own life. It's about liberating the generations that come after you. By embracing these 5 powerful words, you transform your past into a foundation of strength and wisdom. Remember, the cycle ends with you, and your healing is a gift to the world. If this message resonated with you, please give this video a like and share it with someone who might need these words today. Don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom and turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming journeys into growth and mindfulness. Thank you for watching and stay blessed. Reclaiming your self-worth begins with healing the child within. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung's words remind us that true self-worth is not built by proving ourselves to the world, but by healing the quiet wounds we carry within. Welcome back to Spiritual Wisdom. Today's message, reclaiming your self-worth, begins with healing the child within, invites you to look inward with compassion, courage, and honesty, and to begin a journey that can transform how you love, how you choose, and how you live each day. As you listen, ask yourself, what part of my inner child is still waiting to be seen and healed? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let this be the moment you choose growth, wholeness, and a deeper sense of happiness. 1. Self-worth is formed in childhood, not adulthood. Self-worth is not something that suddenly appears in adulthood. It is quietly shaped in childhood, long before a person has the language to question it. No one is born believing they are unworthy. A child does not come into the world doubting their right to exist, to be loved, or to be seen. The belief, "I am not enough," is learned through experience, especially in environments where love feels conditional, approval is unpredictable, or emotional safety is inconsistent. When affection depends on performance, obedience, silence, or emotional suppression, the child begins to associate worth with behavior rather than being. Rejection, neglect, emotional absence, or inconsistent care teach the nervous system a subtle but powerful lesson. Love can be lost. This lesson does not remain in childhood. It becomes an internal rule that quietly governs adult life. As the child grows, this early wound shapes how they interpret the world and themselves. The psyche adapts for survival, not truth. To remain connected, the child learns to overachieve, over-explain, overgive, or disappear emotionally. These adaptations once served a purpose, but over time, they solidify into an inner voice that questions worth, seeks validation, and fears disapproval. Carl Jung described this wounded part as the inner child, not as a metaphor, but as a living psychological reality that continues to influence adult behavior until it is brought into awareness. He warned that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. And nowhere is this more evident than in patterns of self-doubt that seem irrational, yet feel uncontrollable. Adult struggles with boundaries, people-pleasing, fear of abandonment, and chronic self-criticism are often not personal flaws, but echoes of unmet emotional needs from early life. In adulthood, this unhealed inner child reveals itself through emotional reactions rather than memories. A simple comment can trigger deep insecurity. Criticism can feel like rejection, and disapproval can activate an overwhelming need to explain or defend oneself. Outward success may exist, yet internally there is tension, vigilance, and a constant measuring of self against others. This disconnect is not a failure of willpower, but a sign that the nervous system is still operating from an old emotional blueprint. Healing begins when one recognizes that the belief, "I am not enough," was not chosen consciously, but absorbed during a time when the mind lacked context and choice. This recognition marks a turning point in spirituality, because self-worth is no longer treated as something to achieve, but something to remember. Spiritual awakening does not bypass these wounds. It brings light to them, allowing awareness to replace shame and compassion to soften long-held defenses. As healing deepens, the adult self learns to respond differently to the inner child's needs. Instead of seeking external validation, there is a gradual shift towards self-attunement, emotional honesty, and inner safety. This is where spirituality becomes grounded rather than abstract, and spiritual awakening becomes integration rather than escape. The nervous system begins to relax as it learns that worth is not conditional, that love does not need to be earned, and that presence is enough. Boundaries form naturally, not as walls, but as expressions of self-respect. Relationships change because the need to be chosen is replaced by the ability to choose. The old survival patterns lose their grip, and self-worth stabilizes as an inner knowing rather than a fluctuating emotion. Healing the child within is not about reliving the past, but about updating the internal story, allowing the psyche to release outdated beliefs and align with truth. In this process, self-worth is reclaimed not as confidence or pride, but as a quiet, steady sense of legitimacy. And this reclaimed worth becomes the foundation upon which authentic spirituality and lasting spiritual awakening naturally unfold. Do you feel this truth resonates within you? If you do, affirm it with intention in the comments by writing, "My self-worth begins with healing my inner child." Let this declaration be the first gentle step toward honoring who you have always been. 2. The inner child carries unhealed emotional wounds into adulthood. The inner child carries unhealed emotional wounds into adulthood, and as Carl Jung explained, this inner child is not a symbolic idea, but a real psychological force that continues to influence adult behavior when its emotional needs are never met. When you grew up without consistent safety, validation, or acceptance, a part of you learned to survive by adapting, and that adaptation did not disappear with age. Instead, it follows you into adulthood, quietly shaping how you react to others, how you see yourself, and how you measure your worth. This is why fear, shame, chronic self-doubt, over-apologizing, people-pleasing, and the constant need to prove your value often feel automatic rather than chosen, because these patterns were formed long before you had the awareness or power to choose differently. You may notice that even now, as a responsible and capable adult, your body reacts strongly to criticism, disapproval, or emotional distance. Your chest tightens, your thoughts race, or you feel an urge to explain yourself excessively, withdraw, or try harder to be liked. These reactions are not signs of weakness or immaturity, but evidence that the inner child is still responding to old emotional imprints. Jung taught that what remains unconscious continues to direct your life, and when early wounds are left unhealed, the inner child takes control in moments of stress, intimacy, or conflict, pulling you back into emotional states that once helped you survive, but now keep you trapped in self-abandonment. This is why reclaiming your self-worth does not begin with forcing confidence, positive thinking, or external success. Self-worth cannot be built on top of unresolved pain, because no amount of achievement can silence a part of you that learned your value was conditional. Healing begins when you recognize that the urge to please, overgive, or constantly prove yourself was once a survival strategy, not your true nature. In spirituality and spiritual development, this awareness marks a turning point, because spiritual growth is not about transcending your wounds, but about integrating them with honesty and compassion. As you turn inward and acknowledge the inner child instead of suppressing it, something begins to soften. You start to see that the voice of self-criticism was shaped by early experiences where love felt earned rather than given. You realize that your fear of disappointing others is connected to a time when approval felt necessary for emotional safety. With this understanding, self-judgment gives way to self-respect, and you begin responding to yourself differently, not by pushing harder, but by listening more closely. This inner shift reduces emotional reactivity, allowing you to pause instead of panic, choose boundaries instead of guilt, and speak your truth without excessive justification. Over time, as the inner child feels acknowledged and emotionally supported, it no longer needs to express itself through anxiety, control, or self-erasure. Your sense of worth becomes steadier because it is no longer dependent on external validation or constant performance. You stop measuring your value by how useful, agreeable, or strong you appear, and you begin to feel safe occupying your own space. This transformation does not require imagination or escape from reality, but presence, consistency, and emotional honesty, showing up daily by honoring your feelings, respecting your limits, and allowing yourself to be human without apology. As this healing deepens, it reshapes your relationships, decisions, and inner dialogue. You stop chasing approval and start choosing alignment. You recognize that your emotional triggers are not flaws, but messages pointing to areas that still need care. You understand that people-pleasing and over-apologizing are learned responses, not fixed traits. You learn that setting boundaries is an act of self-respect rather than selfishness. Most importantly, you come to see that real spirituality and spiritual development unfold when you heal what was wounded, bring light to what was unconscious, and allow the inner child to finally experience safety, validation, and inherent worth. 3. Unworthiness is a survival adaptation, not a personal flaw. Unworthiness is not a flaw. It is a survival response, a brilliant coping mechanism your younger self created to stay safe in a world that felt unstable or emotionally unpredictable. It wasn't about weakness or failure. It was about adaptation. When love felt conditional or safety seemed uncertain, you learned to shrink yourself, to please others, to stay silent, to perform for approval. These weren't random behaviors. They were strategies for connection, because as a child, belonging was survival. In that emotional environment, you made unconscious agreements. If I'm perfect, I'll be loved. If I don't make trouble, I'll be safe. If I take care of others, maybe someone will take care of me. Over time, those childhood strategies hardened into adult patterns, over-explaining, over-apologizing, overachieving. You began to mistake performance for worth and acceptance for love. Carl Jung once said, "The greatest burden a child must bear is the unlived life of its parents." This means that your wounded inner child may have carried emotional weight that never belonged to them, trying to fix broken systems, fill emotional voids, or become the version of you that others could handle. But what once protected you has now become the root of your exhaustion. What once kept you safe now keeps you small. The very patterns that saved you then betray you now. Spiritual wisdom reminds us, healing begins when you stop blaming yourself for how you survived. Maya Angelou once said, "You alone are enough. You have nothing to prove to anybody." That is the truth your nervous system forgot in its search for approval. Reclaiming your self-worth doesn't mean you discard the past. It means you honor the child who endured it and offer them the safety they never had. This begins not with punishment, but with presence. It's saying to your inner child, "You were never too much. You were never not enough. You were always worthy, even before you knew the word." As you walk the path of spiritual awakening, you learn to recognize unworthiness not as a character defect, but as a shadow cast by outdated conditioning. You learn that your worth is not dependent on how useful, agreeable, or impressive you are. It's not tied to sacrifice, silence, or suffering. The truth is, your worth has never left you. It was only buried beneath layers of guilt, shame, and survival strategies. To heal is to allow space for that buried self to reemerge. It means choosing discomfort over distortion, boundaries over people-pleasing, and authenticity over approval. It means learning to rest without guilt, to say no without fear, and to receive without performance. This is where psychology meets spiritual wisdom, when you stop trying to be good in the eyes of others and start being whole in the eyes of yourself. Your self-worth doesn't need to be found. It needs to be remembered. And when you remember it, you stop shrinking. You stop explaining your existence. You stop trading your energy for crumbs of validation. You become sovereign in your being, not hardened, but rooted. Not cold, but clear. Not ruthless, but radically self-loving. That is when your comeback begins. That is when your healing becomes your revolution. And that is the moment you realize the child within you was never broken, just waiting to be seen. If this message resonates with you, take a moment to honor your inner child and your healing journey. Subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on reclaiming your self-worth. Understanding that unworthiness is a survival adaptation, not a personal flaw, and learning how to heal, grow, and return to your true value. 4. The wounded inner child silently drives adult decisions and reactions. Many adult behaviors that appear productive or controlled on the surface are actually driven by an unseen force beneath them, the wounded inner child. Overworking, perfectionism, fear of conflict, chronic anxiety, and even subtle forms of self-sabotage often emerge not from ambition or discipline, but from a deep emotional need to avoid rejection. These patterns are not conscious choices. They are survival strategies formed early in life, when love, safety, or approval felt uncertain. The inner child learned that being flawless, agreeable, or endlessly accommodating was the safest way to remain connected, and those lessons quietly carried into adulthood. When emotional reactions feel stronger than the situation demands, logic is rarely in control. What takes over instead is emotional memory. The body remembers moments when being criticized, ignored, or misunderstood caused real pain, and it responds as if those moments are happening again. This is why a simple disagreement can trigger panic, why minor disapproval can feel devastating, and why the urge to explain, fix, or prove oneself arises so quickly. The nervous system reacts before the mind can assess the present, replaying old experiences rather than responding to current reality. Carl Jung's insight that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, becomes especially relevant here, because these reactions often feel inevitable rather than chosen. Without awareness, the inner child continues to shape decisions, relationships, and self-image from the background. Spirituality invites a different approach, not one of force or suppression, but of recognition. Instead of labeling these responses as weakness, spirituality reframes them as signals pointing toward unresolved emotional needs that were never properly acknowledged. During a spiritual awakening, many people begin to notice these patterns with greater clarity. They recognize that self-worth has been externally negotiated for years, tied to productivity, harmony, or performance, rather than rooted internally. This awareness does not erase old habits immediately, but it creates distance from them. The moment a reaction is observed, instead of obeyed, the cycle weakens. Healing begins when the adult self learns to respond to emotional triggers with presence rather than fear, offering reassurance instead of self-criticism, and boundaries instead of self-abandonment. Through this process, self-worth is no longer something to be earned by effort or silence. It becomes something reclaimed by understanding. The wounded inner child does not disappear. It softens when it no longer needs to fight for safety. As emotional memory loosens its grip, reactions become proportionate, choices become intentional, and identity shifts from survival-based to grounded. In this way, spirituality and spiritual awakening are not abstract ideals, but lived experiences, reflected in calmer responses, clearer boundaries, and a growing sense of inner stability that no longer depends on external approval. 5. The persona hides the pain, but deepens the inner split. When you learn to present a version of yourself that earns approval, respect, or safety, it may feel like strength, but over time, that carefully constructed persona can quietly deepen an inner fracture. Carl Jung described the persona as the mask we wear to meet social expectations. And while it helps us function in the world, it becomes harmful when it replaces the real self rather than protecting it. You may perform competence, kindness, or confidence so well that even you forget it is a performance. Yet the inner child within you, the part that longs to be seen without conditions, begins to feel increasingly unseen, unheard, and unvalued. This is where the split forms. The outer self survives and succeeds, while the inner self slowly withdraws, creating a sense of emptiness that no achievement or praise can truly resolve. As the persona grows stronger, you may notice subtle but persistent signs of disconnection. You might feel emotionally drained after social interactions, experience burnout without understanding why, or sense that you are living a life that looks right but does not feel true. This happens because maintaining a mask requires constant vigilance, monitoring how you are perceived, adjusting your behavior, and suppressing authentic feelings that might threaten acceptance. The inner child interprets this suppression as abandonment, reinforcing early beliefs that love must be earned through performance rather than received through presence. Over time, this internal dynamic creates a quiet grief, one that often expresses itself as numbness, anxiety, or the feeling of being fundamentally disconnected from yourself. Jung warned that the persona is a compromise between the individual and society as to what a person should appear to be. And when this compromise becomes your identity, it costs you your vitality. You may find yourself saying yes when you want to say no, over-explaining your boundaries, or constantly adapting to others while losing touch with your own inner signals. The tragedy is not that the persona exists, but that it becomes mistaken for who you truly are. In that confusion, the inner child learns to hide even deeper, believing that authenticity is unsafe and that survival depends on maintaining the mask, no matter the personal cost. This is where reclaiming self-worth must begin, not by improving the persona, but by recognizing its limitations. Healing does not require tearing the mask away overnight, but it does require honesty about why it was created and what it has been protecting. When you acknowledge that the persona once served a purpose, you soften the shame around it and create space for integration. True spirituality does not demand that you reject the world, but that you stop abandoning yourself within it. Spiritual development unfolds when you begin listening to the parts of you that were silenced, allowing the inner child to express needs, emotions, and truths that were once deemed inconvenient or unacceptable. As this awareness deepens, you may notice a shift in how you relate to others and to yourself. Instead of performing for approval, you begin responding from inner alignment. Instead of chasing validation, you cultivate self-recognition. The persona gradually loosens its grip, no longer ruling your identity, but becoming a tool you use consciously rather than unconsciously. This integration restores energy because you are no longer divided against yourself. The inner child begins to feel safer, not because the world has changed, but because you are no longer hiding from your own truth. Jung captured this process clearly when he said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Bringing this inner split into awareness is an act of profound healing. It allows you to step out of automatic roles and into intentional living, where your sense of worth is rooted in authenticity rather than approval. Through this lens, spiritual development is not about becoming someone new, but about remembering who you were before the mask became necessary and allowing that self to exist openly, honestly, and without apology. Type, "I choose to heal my inner child," if you're ready to release the mask, reunite with your true self, and reclaim the self-worth that has always lived within you. 6. Chasing validation is the inner child seeking presence. Chasing validation is rarely about ambition alone. More often, it is the inner child still searching for presence, safety, and acknowledgement. You may appear confident and driven on the outside, but beneath that drive is a quiet hope that achievement will finally make you feel seen. External praise can feel intoxicating for a moment, yet it never lasts, because the wound it tries to soothe was never about admiration in the first place. The child within you does not crave applause. It longs for unconditional presence, for the feeling of being valued even when nothing is being produced, proven, or perfected. This is why success can coexist with emptiness. You can reach milestones, collect recognition, and still feel restless, still scan faces for approval, still replay conversations to make sure you were enough. These patterns often began early, at a time when love may have felt conditional, given when you behaved well, achieved more, stayed quiet, or met someone else's expectations. Carl Jung captured this dynamic through spiritual wisdom when he taught that unresolved childhood experiences live on in the unconscious, shaping adult behavior until they are brought into awareness. When worth was once measured externally, it makes sense that the adult self continues to chase confirmation, hoping that the next achievement will finally quiet the doubt. Yet validation can never become a foundation because it was never meant to be your source of identity. It is a reflection, not a remedy. Praise can mirror your effort, but it cannot replace the emotional safety you missed. As Maya Angelou wisely said, "You alone are enough. You have nothing to prove to anybody." Still, your nervous system may not believe this truth until it is experienced, not just understood. That experience begins when you turn inward and recognize that the drive to prove yourself is often rooted in fear. Fear of being overlooked, fear of rejection, fear that rest will lead to abandonment. Spiritual wisdom invites a different approach, one that does not ask you to abandon ambition, but to purify it. Instead of asking how to become more impressive, you begin asking where you first learned that love had to be earned. Instead of pushing harder, you learn to pause and listen to what your body and emotions are communicating. Often, what rises is not laziness or weakness, but grief for the care, reassurance, and protection that we're missing. When you meet that grief with compassion, something shifts. The need to chase begins to soften. Healing the inner child means learning to offer yourself the presence you once sought from others. It is the practice of staying with yourself even when no one is watching, affirming your worth even when there is no reward attached. Brené Brown expressed this clearly when she said, "Worthiness doesn't have prerequisites." When that idea moves from the mind into lived experience, you stop hustling for belonging and stop mistaking attention for love. Your sense of self becomes steadier, less reactive, and less dependent on external confirmation. As this healing deepens, ambition transforms. You still create, build, and contribute, but no longer from desperation. Your actions become an expression of purpose rather than a plea for approval. Relationships change as well. You begin to value consistency over intensity, safety over praise, and respect over validation. You no longer try to convince others of your value because you are no longer uncertain of it yourself. Reclaiming self-worth is not about becoming fearless or detached from the world. It is about integrating the wounded child with the conscious adult, allowing awareness to replace compulsion. When the urge to prove yourself arises, you learn to pause and ask what is truly being sought. More often than not, the answer is simple and deeply human. The need to feel safe, seen, and accepted. By meeting that need within yourself, you stop outsourcing your worth to the world and begin living from a place of inner solidity, where achievement is meaningful but not defining, and where your value remains intact even in stillness. 7. Healing begins by becoming the inner parent. True healing begins the moment you stop waiting for someone else to save you, and instead choose to become the inner parent you always needed. For many people, the deepest wounds were formed not through dramatic events, but through quiet absences, times when comfort was missing, emotions were dismissed, or safety depended on pleasing others. Over time, this teaches the inner child that love must be earned and that worth is conditional. Reclaiming self-worth through spirituality means recognizing that these beliefs were learned in survival, not truth, and that you now have the power to rewrite them from within. Becoming the inner parent is an act of conscious responsibility. It means offering yourself the care, protection, and compassion that were once unavailable, not as a fantasy, but as a daily practice. Instead of abandoning yourself when fear, shame, or insecurity arises, you learn to stay present, to listen, and to respond with steadiness. This is how reparenting begins to rewire self-talk. The critical inner voice that once mirrored external judgment slowly loses its authority, replaced by a calmer, wiser voice that reassures rather than attacks. Over time, this internal shift creates a sense of emotional safety that no external validation could ever provide. As emotional safety grows, self-trust begins to rebuild. You no longer need to over-explain, over-give, or overcompensate to feel accepted, because your worth is no longer dependent on how others respond to you. Carl Jung's insight: until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate, becomes deeply relevant here. Reparenting brings unconscious wounds into awareness, allowing you to respond intentionally instead of reacting from old patterns. This awareness is a central aspect of spiritual awakening because it transforms automatic survival behaviors into conscious choices rooted in self-respect. Learning to sit with difficult emotions is another essential part of this process. Instead of suppressing sadness, fear, or anger, you allow them to exist without judgment, understanding that emotions are signals rather than threats. A healthy inner parent does not shame a child for feeling. They create space for expression and guidance. When you practice this internally, your nervous system gradually learns that emotions no longer lead to abandonment. This restoration of emotional safety is subtle but powerful because it teaches you that you can handle discomfort without losing yourself. As self-trust strengthens, boundaries begin to form naturally. You start to recognize when something feels wrong or draining, and you give yourself permission to protect your energy. These boundaries are not walls built from fear, but expressions of care for the inner child who once had no protection. Saying no becomes an act of self-loyalty rather than guilt, and choosing rest becomes a form of respect rather than weakness. This is where spirituality moves beyond theory and becomes embodied wisdom, lived through everyday decisions that honor your inner world. Over time, relationships also begin to change. When you stop unconsciously seeking others to fill unmet childhood needs, your connections become clearer and more balanced. You no longer expect others to heal your wounds or confirm your worth, which reduces emotional dependence and resentment. Instead, you show up grounded, whole, and emotionally present. This shift reflects a deeper spiritual awakening, one in which love is shared rather than sought for survival. Reparenting ultimately rebuilds self-worth at its foundation. It teaches you that you are allowed to exist without proving yourself, that your needs matter, and that care does not have to be earned through sacrifice. By consistently choosing compassion over self-criticism and presence over avoidance, you create an internal environment where growth feels safe. This is not about becoming perfect or healed forever, but about becoming reliable to yourself. In that reliability, self-worth stabilizes, no longer fragile or dependent, but rooted in an ongoing relationship with yourself, guided by spirituality and sustained through conscious, lived spiritual awakening. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss future teachings. And to honor your healing journey, type in the comments, "I choose to become my own loving inner parent." 8. Shadow work restores self-worth through integration. The parts of you that were once shamed, silenced, or misunderstood did not disappear. They retreated into the shadows, waiting for the moment you would be ready to reclaim them. These hidden aspects are not flaws, but fragments of your truth that learned to hide in order to survive. When you were younger, you may have absorbed the message that being emotional was unsafe, that expressing anger made you unlovable, or that having needs made you weak. Over time, these lessons quietly shaped your sense of self-worth, teaching you often without words that you were only acceptable when you performed, pleased others, or stayed small. Shadow work restores self-worth because it gently reverses this conditioning, not by fixing you, but by helping you recognize that nothing essential about you was ever broken. The emotions and traits you buried were responses to your environment, not evidence of personal failure. As Carl Jung observed, one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And it is through this honest awareness that healing begins. When you allow yourself to feel what you once denied and acknowledge what you once hid, you stop living in quiet self-abandonment and begin rebuilding trust with yourself. As this process unfolds, the belief that you must be someone else to be worthy starts to dissolve. In its place grows a steadier, more authentic sense of confidence rooted in self-acceptance rather than external validation. Emotions that once felt overwhelming become sources of insight, and qualities you once judged begin to reveal their strength. Sensitivity turns into intuition. Suppressed anger becomes healthy assertiveness, and chronic people-pleasing gives way to honesty and balance. This is where spirituality becomes lived experience rather than abstract theory. True spirituality does not require rejecting your humanity. It asks you to meet it with courage and compassion. In this way, spiritual development is not measured by how calm or positive you appear, but by how willing you are to face yourself without shame. Each time you choose truth over approval and presence over performance, you reclaim a part of your inner authority. Shadow work also reframes old coping patterns such as perfectionism, emotional withdrawal, or overgiving. Instead of seeing them as flaws, you recognize them as strategies that once helped you survive. This understanding allows you to release them without blame and to choose healthier responses in the present. As you integrate these shadowed parts, you begin to feel whole rather than fragmented, grounded rather than insecure. Confidence no longer needs to be forced, because it naturally emerges when you are no longer at war with yourself. 9. Reclaiming self-worth feels like coming home to yourself. Reclaiming your self-worth begins the moment you stop confusing survival with self-love. It begins when you stop trying to earn love that should have been freely given and realize the version of you who begged, over-apologized, or made themselves small was not flawed, but simply afraid. That fear often stems from childhood, where the idea was planted that your value depended on how pleasing, useful, or perfect you were. Carl Jung said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And yet, that is the essence of spiritual wisdom. Not to become someone else, but to return to the person you were before the world taught you to forget who you are. When you begin to heal the child within, everything shifts. You stop begging for love, not because you no longer want connection, but because you finally recognize that real love does not require self-abandonment. You stop explaining yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you. You begin to set boundaries, not to punish others, but to honor the parts of you that were once unprotected. And for the first time, you understand that boundaries are not walls. They are doors that only open to those who respect your peace. You start trusting your inner voice, that quiet but steady knowing that has always been with you. No longer drowned out by fear or noise, it becomes your guide. You stop mistaking anxiety for intuition, because now you're rooted in truth, not trauma. You begin protecting your peace like it's sacred because it is. You've learned that chaos may feel familiar, but it is not your home. And when the grief rises, as it often does, you let it come. You grieve the childhood you lost, the love you didn't receive, the parts of yourself you silenced just to survive. You let the tears fall, not with shame, but with reverence. As Brené Brown says, vulnerability is not winning or losing. It's having the courage to show up. And when you show up for your own healing, you realize that your pain was never a sign of weakness, but a call to return home to yourself. You stop calling it love when it's really scary. You stop staying in relationships or environments that keep you questioning your worth. You no longer shrink your truth to make others comfortable. You no longer settle for emotional crumbs and call it connection. You begin choosing depth over distraction, authenticity over approval, and peace over performance. This is spiritual awakening in motion. This is what it means to walk in spiritual wisdom. Not to pretend you're healed, but to honor your process. Not to perform confidence, but to practice self-loyalty. Not to chase validation, but to remember that your worth is not earned through suffering, it's remembered through self-acceptance. So you come home to yourself. Little by little, breath by breath, you become your own sanctuary. You speak your truth without trembling. You take up space without apology. You stop negotiating your value. You realize that your worth has always been your birthright. And as you continue to heal, you no longer just survive. You begin to truly live. Reclaiming your self-worth doesn't begin with becoming someone new. It begins with returning to the part of you that was never broken. When you heal the child within, you stop seeking validation from the world and start honoring your true value from the inside out. This is the heart of spiritual wisdom. Remembering who you were before the world told you who to be. If this message resonated with you, support spiritual wisdom by liking this video, sharing it with someone who may need it, and subscribing to the channel. Don't forget to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos on healing, growth, and inner transformation. How to master shadow work according to Carl Jung. The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. Carl Jung's words point directly to the heart of shadow work, the courageous journey of turning inward to meet the parts of yourself you've been taught to hide. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we explore how to master shadow work according to Carl Jung. Not as a heavy psychological theory, but as a living practice you can apply in your daily life to experience deeper self-understanding, emotional freedom, and genuine happiness. As you listen, I invite you to reflect honestly. Which parts of yourself have you been avoiding, and what might change if you embrace them with awareness instead of fear? Share your thoughts in the comments, and let's explore together how integrating the shadow can become one of the most powerful steps toward personal growth and inner peace. 1. Defining the shadow. The shadow, as Carl Jung described it, is often misunderstood as the dark or immoral side of the personality. Yet in truth, it is simply the part of you that was hidden away in order to adapt, belong, or survive. It is the inner repository of repressed traits, emotions, instincts, and desires that you learned to silence because they conflicted with social expectations, moral rules, or family conditioning. And this repression does not eliminate them, but instead drives them underground, where they continue to influence your thoughts, reactions, and choices without your awareness. Jung made it clear that these hidden aspects are not inherently negative, because what is buried is not evil, but unconscious. And until it is brought into awareness, it shapes your life from behind the scenes. This is why shadow work plays such a vital role in spirituality and spiritual awakening, as it shifts your focus from trying to appear enlightened to becoming psychologically whole, allowing you to see yourself as you truly are, rather than who you were taught to be. One of the most revealing mechanisms of the shadow is projection, often referred to as the mirror effect. which shows you your hidden inner world through your emotional reactions to others. When someone's behavior triggers intense irritation, judgment, or emotional charge, it is rarely just about their actions, but about something within you that has been denied expression or acknowledgement. Jung observed that the psyche protects the ego by disowning uncomfortable traits and assigning them to others, which is why people often condemn in the external world what they secretly struggle with internally. This realization can feel unsettling at first, yet it is profoundly empowering because it redirects attention away from blame and towards self-awareness. Instead of reacting automatically, you begin to observe your responses with curiosity, asking what part of you feels exposed, threatened, or unseen. And this moment of observation marks the beginning of integration. Through this process, unconscious reactions gradually lose their power, and you regain agency over your emotional life. Equally important, and often overlooked, is Jung's insight that the shadow does not only contain painful or socially rejected traits, but also what he called the golden shadow, which holds your unexpressed strengths, talents, passions, and creative impulses that were discouraged or dismissed earlier in life. Many people suppress ambition, emotional depth, leadership, or originality because they were told these qualities were impractical, excessive, or inappropriate. And over time, this suppression creates a sense of inner emptiness or unrealized potential. Shadow work invites these lost qualities back into consciousness, not through force or fantasy, but through honest self-reflection and acceptance, allowing you to reclaim them without guilt or fear. As both the darker and brighter aspects of the shadow are integrated, inner conflict begins to soften, self-judgment gives way to understanding, and your relationship with yourself becomes more compassionate and grounded. In this way, mastering shadow work, according to Carl Jung, is not about erasing flaws or chasing perfection, but about bringing what was once hidden into conscious awareness, creating a deeper alignment between your inner world and outer life, and allowing true spiritual awakening to emerge through psychological wholeness rather than avoidance. 2. The 5 types of shadow karma. Shadow karma, seen through Carl Jung's psychological lens, is not about punishment or cosmic reward, but about the inner consequences of living unconsciously, where unexamined thoughts, emotions, and behaviors quietly shape your life until they are brought into awareness. At the personal level, shadow karma reveals itself through self-sabotaging habits, repeated mistakes, and inner conflicts that persist even when you sincerely want to change. You may find yourself delaying opportunities, choosing comfort over growth, or falling into familiar emotional patterns that no longer serve you. Not because you are weak, but because parts of you learned these behaviors as protection. Jung's insight that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate, applies here directly, as personal shadow work invites you to look honestly at what you avoid feeling, what you gain by staying the same, and how responsibility without self-blame becomes the foundation for real spirituality and mature spiritual development. Interpersonal shadow karma emerges in relationships where the same conflicts, misunderstandings, or emotional roles repeat with different people, as if life is replaying the same lesson until it is understood. These patterns often involve unmet needs, unspoken boundaries, fear of abandonment, or the urge to be validated through others. and they surface precisely where you feel most triggered. Instead of focusing on who is right or wrong, shadow work asks you to observe what is being mirrored back to you. Because what disturbs you most often points to an unintegrated part of yourself. By recognizing how projection operates, you begin to respond rather than react, transforming relationships from emotional battlegrounds into spaces of awareness where growth replaces repetition. Ancestral shadow karma operates more quietly, but just as powerfully, flowing through family systems in the form of inherited beliefs, emotional reactions, and survival strategies passed down without words. You may carry patterns of silence, emotional suppression, hyper-responsibility, or chronic guilt that once helped your family endure hardship, but now limit your ability to live freely. Shadow work at this level does not require rejecting your family or blaming the past. It asks for discernment, allowing you to honor what your lineage survived, while consciously choosing not to repeat what causes harm. In this way, healing becomes an act of continuity rather than rebellion, where your growth represents an evolution of the family story rather than a rejection of it. Cultural and societal shadow karma develops when collective beliefs shape your identity before you ever have the chance to question them, teaching you who you are supposed to be, what success should look like, and which emotions are acceptable. These unconscious programs often create inner conflict, pushing you to perform, compare, or suppress aspects of yourself in order to belong. Over time, this conditioning can disconnect you from your authentic values, leading to a form of spirituality that feels performative rather than nourishing. Shadow work here involves separating inherited expectations from inner truth, recognizing which beliefs were absorbed through fear or conformity, and reclaiming the right to define meaning on your own terms, allowing spiritual development to arise from alignment rather than pressure. Archetypal shadow karma operates at the deepest level of the psyche, where universal patterns such as the hero, the mother, the victim, or the ruler subtly influence your decisions and self-image. When these archetypes function unconsciously, they can dominate behavior, compelling you to overperform, overgive, avoid vulnerability, or seek control as a way to feel safe. Jung understood archetypes not as problems to eliminate, but as energies to integrate, and shadow work teaches you to recognize which archetype is active in a given moment. Once named, these forces lose their grip, becoming sources of wisdom rather than unconscious drivers, and allowing you to act with balance instead of compulsion. From this perspective, mastering shadow karma means cultivating awareness across all 5 levels, learning to observe patterns without judgment, and responding with responsibility rather than self-criticism. When you track what repeats, question what you inherited, and bring unconscious motivations into the light, you transform shadow work from a concept into a lived practice. This approach grounds spirituality in daily experience and supports spiritual development that is stable, integrated, and rooted in self-knowledge rather than avoidance or idealization. As we move deeper into the 5 types of shadow karma, take a moment to reflect on which patterns you're beginning to recognize within yourself. Your presence here shows your willingness to face the unseen and grow through spiritual wisdom. If this resonates with you, leave a comment below. I am aware of my shadow karma. 3. Techniques for integration. To truly master shadow work in the Jungian sense, you must move beyond simple awareness and step into integration, because noticing the shadow is only the beginning, while integrating it is what reshapes your inner life. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches that whatever you refuse to acknowledge within yourself does not disappear. It operates quietly from the unconscious, influencing your reactions, relationships, and life patterns, which is why he famously warned, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." When you understand this, shadow work stops being an abstract psychological concept and becomes a practical, lived experience that asks you to engage directly with what has been hidden. One of the most essential tools for this process is active imagination, a practice Jung developed to create a living dialogue between the conscious and unconscious mind. In this state, you allow images, symbols, emotions, or inner figures to arise naturally, and instead of suppressing or analyzing them intellectually, you interact with them as real aspects of your inner world. You might find yourself speaking with a fearful part of you, a critical inner voice, or a symbolic figure that carries anger, grief, or unexpressed desire. The purpose is not to control or correct these figures, but to listen with curiosity and respect, because what emerges from the unconscious is often carrying a message that your conscious mind has ignored for years. Through this dialogue, the shadow begins to reveal its true nature, not as something evil or broken, but as a neglected part of your psyche seeking recognition, which aligns with Jung's insight that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. As this inner conversation deepens, creative expression becomes a natural extension of the work, especially because many shadow emotions exist beyond the reach of language. Feelings such as deep shame, unprocessed grief, or suppressed rage are often stored in the body and nervous system, making them difficult to resolve through thought alone. By using art, movement, sound, writing, or any form of creative output, you give the shadow a physical and emotional outlet, allowing it to express itself without judgment. This is not about producing something beautiful or meaningful for others to see. It is about authenticity and release. When you draw, move, or create from the shadow, you allow trapped emotional energy to complete its cycle. And this completion is what softens inner tension and brings a sense of relief. Spiritual wisdom recognizes that healing often happens not when you understand your pain, but when you allow it to move and be witnessed in an honest form. From this expression, the work naturally evolves into what Jung symbolically described as inner alchemy, the transformation of raw psychological material into something more refined and integrated. In this practice, you consciously visualize the shadow undergoing change, seeing old wounds dissolve, rigid defenses soften, and outdated self-images lose their grip. Rather than rejecting these aspects of yourself, you imagine them being reformed into sources of insight, resilience, and emotional maturity. This mirrors the ancient alchemical idea of turning lead into gold, where suffering becomes wisdom and unconscious patterns become conscious choice. In practical terms, this transformation looks like recognizing anger as a signal for boundaries, understanding shame as a response to unmet needs, and releasing personas that once kept you safe, but now keep you disconnected from your true self. Through repeated engagement with active imagination, creative expression, and inner alchemy, the shadow gradually loses its power to unconsciously control your life. Instead of reacting automatically, you begin responding with awareness, compassion, and clarity. The energy, once locked in repression, becomes available for creativity, connection, and purpose, allowing you to live with greater wholeness. This is the deeper promise of Jung's spiritual wisdom, not the elimination of darkness, but its integration, so that every part of you has a place, a voice, and a role in the unfolding of your life. 4. The role of the silent witness. The role of the silent witness in shadow work, as understood through Carl Jung's psychology, centers on developing a non-judgmental inner observer who can remain present with inner experience without attempting to correct, suppress, or dramatize it. This inner position is not passive in the sense of indifference, but active in awareness, allowing you to see what arises in the psyche clearly and honestly. Jung emphasized that transformation begins not with resistance, but with consciousness, reminding us that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. And the silent witness is precisely the faculty that makes this possible within the process of spirituality and genuine spiritual awakening. Radical acceptance is the first discipline this inner observer must learn, because the shadow often expresses itself through emotions that the conscious mind has long rejected, such as shame, rage, envy, or fear. Instead of immediately labeling these feelings as wrong or dangerous, the silent witness allows them to exist without interference, creating a space where they can be felt without being acted upon. This does not mean approving of destructive impulses or surrendering to them, but rather acknowledging their presence without internal conflict, which paradoxically weakens their grip. When an emotion is allowed to be seen without judgment, it no longer needs to intensify in order to be noticed. And this simple act of letting the feeling be begins to dissolve the inner tension that keeps the shadow alive. As this acceptance deepens, detachment naturally emerges, not as emotional distance or repression, but as psychological clarity. Acting as a silent witness means observing thoughts and reactions as events within the psyche, rather than as commands that must be obeyed. Anger can be seen rising, shame can be felt tightening the body, and fear can be heard repeating familiar narratives. Yet none of these experiences define who you are or dictate what you must do. Jung warned that when the unconscious remains unseen, it governs behavior invisibly, leading people to call fate what is actually unrecognized inner compulsion. And the silent witness interrupts this pattern by bringing awareness to the moment where reaction would normally take over. Through this ongoing observation, you begin to notice patterns rather than isolated emotions, seeing how certain triggers repeatedly activate the same inner responses. Instead of being swallowed by these reactions, you remain present with them, which prevents identification with the shadow and allows understanding to replace overwhelm. The silent witness functions like a steady mirror, reflecting what is happening internally without distortion, and this reflection alone creates a shift. What was once chaotic becomes intelligible, and what was once feared becomes familiar, reducing the need for avoidance or self-judgment. This witnessing stance also reveals that the shadow is not an enemy, but a container of rejected experiences and unexpressed aspects of the self that once served a protective function. By observing these elements with acceptance rather than hostility, you allow them to reintegrate into consciousness in a healthier form. Jung viewed this integration as essential to psychological wholeness because a personality divided against itself cannot sustain balance or authenticity. The silent witness therefore becomes a bridge between the conscious and unconscious, allowing insight to arise without force and healing to unfold without coercion. Over time, this practice reshapes your inner relationship to emotion and identity, strengthening your capacity to remain grounded even in difficult psychological states. You no longer need to escape discomfort or dramatize pain, because you trust your ability to observe it without losing yourself. This inner stability supports a more mature form of spirituality, one rooted not in denial of darkness, but in conscious engagement with it. And this engagement marks a true stage of spiritual awakening, where awareness replaces fear and responsibility replaces repression. Comment below. I am the silent witness. If you're ready to observe your shadow without judgment and step into deeper self-awareness. 5. The ultimate goal: authenticity. The true aim of shadow work is not self-correction or self-erasure, but integration, because nothing within you is accidental or meaningless, even the parts you learn to hide. Carl Jung made it clear that the shadow is not a collection of flaws to be eliminated, but a storehouse of qualities, emotions, and impulses that were pushed out of awareness because they did not fit the expectations placed upon you. When you deny these parts, you do not become lighter or purer. You become fragmented. A divided inner world quietly consumes energy, forcing you to maintain control, suppress emotion, and defend an image that never feels entirely real. Integration ends this inner struggle by allowing you to acknowledge what lives within you without judgment, which immediately frees energy that was previously spent on repression and redirects it toward healing, clarity, and genuine spiritual development. As this process unfolds, a sense of wholeness begins to replace inner conflict. Wholeness does not mean that all tension disappears or that life becomes effortless. It means you are no longer fighting yourself. When the shadow is met with awareness rather than resistance, you stop splitting your inner experience into acceptable and unacceptable parts. This inner truce creates psychological stability because emotions are no longer treated as threats that must be controlled or avoided. Instead, they become signals that offer information about unmet needs, unresolved wounds, and suppressed desires. In this state, you are less reactive, more grounded, and better able to respond to life consciously rather than being driven by unconscious patterns. Wholeness, in this sense, is not perfection, but coherence. And coherence is a foundation for both emotional health and mature spirituality. From wholeness naturally arises authenticity. When you are no longer at war with your inner life, you no longer need to perform a carefully curated version of yourself to feel safe or accepted. Authenticity means living in alignment with your full nature, not just the parts that receive approval. This does not encourage impulsive or destructive behavior. Rather, it allows you to recognize your impulses without being controlled by them. By bringing unconscious motives into awareness, you regain choice. You speak more honestly, set clearer boundaries, and act with greater integrity because you are no longer hiding from yourself. Over time, this authenticity strengthens self-respect and reduces dependence on external validation, allowing your identity to be rooted internally rather than negotiated socially. As integration deepens, emotional freedom becomes possible. Emotional freedom does not come from avoiding pain or forcing positivity, but from understanding the origins of emotional patterns and releasing the need to repeat them. Repressed material often returns in disguised forms, such as anxiety, self-sabotage, emotional numbness, or recurring relationship dynamics. When these patterns are consciously examined rather than denied, their grip weakens. You begin to see how past experiences shaped your defenses, and in seeing them clearly, you no longer have to live from them. This is how cycles are broken, not through resistance, but through awareness that dissolves unconscious repetition. At its core, shadow integration is inseparable from spirituality because it demands truth. Spirituality is not limited to light, harmony, or uplifting ideas. It is also the courage to face what is real within you and to remain present with it. Avoiding the shadow creates a spiritual bypass, while integrating it grounds spiritual insight in lived experience. Through this process, spiritual development becomes embodied rather than abstract, expressed not in ideals, but in emotional maturity, self-responsibility, and inner freedom. The shadow loses its power not when it is rejected, but when it is understood, integrated, and consciously lived alongside the rest of the self, allowing your inner life to move from fragmentation toward unity and from conflict toward coherence. To conclude, mastering shadow work, according to Carl Jung, is not about fighting or erasing the darker parts of yourself, but about understanding them with honesty and compassion. When you bring the unconscious into the light, you reclaim lost energy, deepen self-awareness, and move closer to wholeness. Shadow work is a lifelong journey of integration, one that leads to emotional freedom, authenticity, and true inner peace. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who may be on a similar healing path, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on self-discovery and spiritual growth. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. Your comeback will terrify those who only knew the wounded you. The tree that reaches heaven must have roots that reach down to hell. Carl Jung once wrote, and that single truth frames everything you're about to hear. If you've been through pain, silence, rejection, or seasons where you felt broken rather than seen, this video is for you. Because what follows isn't just about healing. It's about the kind of inner transformation that changes how the world responds to you. On Spiritual Wisdom, we explore how your comeback, shaped by depth, awareness, and self-mastery, can become so powerful that it unsettles those who only knew your wounded self. As you listen, ask yourself, how can I apply these principles today to rise stronger, wiser, and more grounded than ever before? Share your thoughts in the comments and let us know, what does your comeback look like? 1. Your deepest wounds became the foundation of your power. Your deepest wounds became the foundation of your power, not because pain made you gentler, but because it forced you to become precise, self-aware, and internally grounded. Carl Jung expressed this truth with unsettling clarity when he wrote, "The tree that reaches to heaven must have roots that go down to hell," revealing that those who descend into deep psychological suffering are not weakened by the experience, but restructured by it. When life pushed you into emotional darkness, it stripped away illusions, false identities, and borrowed beliefs, leaving you face to face with your own psyche. This descent was not a collapse. It was an initiation, one that demanded honesty rather than comfort. While others learned how to avoid pain, you were compelled to understand it, and that understanding became the raw material of inner strength that no external circumstance can dismantle. Moving through sustained emotional hardship changes how a person relates to reality itself. Long-term pain forces confrontation with the unconscious, where fear, shame, grief, and unprocessed memories reside. And Jung warned that what remains unconscious will inevitably control behavior from the shadows. By facing these internal forces directly, you learned how to integrate them rather than be ruled by them, which is why your presence now feels different. You no longer react impulsively, seek constant reassurance, or explain yourself unnecessarily, because awareness has replaced survival instincts. This is a central aspect of spirituality and spiritual awakening, where the individual stops operating from fragmentation and begins acting from inner coherence. Your boundaries are clearer, your silence is intentional, and your choices are no longer shaped by the desire to be understood or approved of. The version of you that others remember was shaped by endurance rather than clarity, by tolerance rather than discernment. That version absorbed tension, accepted imbalance, and carried emotional weight without protest, which made you predictable and easy to categorize. The transformation disrupts this memory because the integrated self no longer fits the narrative others relied on. You do not announce your growth, yet it is unmistakable in how you speak, how you pause, and how you disengage without hostility. This shift unsettles people because it removes leverage. Guilt, nostalgia, and emotional manipulation lose their influence when a person has reclaimed psychological sovereignty. What appears threatening is not dominance, but independence, the quiet authority of someone who no longer negotiates their worth. Your strength now expresses itself through stillness rather than force, through discernment rather than compliance. The pain you endured taught you what is essential and what is noise, and this clarity naturally reorganized your priorities, relationships, and internal values. You did not return softer in the way others expected. You returned aligned, and alignment exposes patterns that thrive on confusion and dependency. This is why your comeback feels disruptive, because coherence destabilizes systems built on imbalance. The psyche that has been integrated radiates consistency, and consistency cannot be shaken by opinion or circumstance. Your evolution is not an act of defiance, nor a performance for recognition. It is the natural consequence of deep psychological work, inner accountability, and spiritual awakening, embodied quietly but unmistakably in the way you now move through the world. 2. People mistook your pain for your identity. People mistook your pain for your identity because toxic individuals learn to recognize you only in your wounded state, assuming that the quiet, empathetic, accommodating version of you was the whole truth of who you were. And in doing so, they confused kindness with weakness and silence with defeat, never realizing that what they were witnessing was not your nature, but a survival response shaped by pressure, loss, and emotional strain. You were not passive. You were enduring. You were not broken. You were adapting. And while they believed they understood you, they were only familiar with the version of you that was still learning how to protect itself. In that season, you carried more than your share of emotional weight, absorbing tension, staying composed when others unraveled, and choosing restraint over reaction, which taught you lessons no loud victory ever could. You learned discernment by being misunderstood, strength by being underestimated, and self-awareness by being pushed to your limits. This is where real growth begins, not in comfort, but in compression. And this is why people who benefited from your uncertainty now feel unsettled by your clarity. Healing is never loud at first. It happens quietly, internally, reshaping how you see yourself long before others notice the shift. As Carl Jung wrote, "The tree that reaches to heaven must have roots that go down to hell." And this truth explains why your rise feels unfamiliar, even to those who once stood close to you. Your depth was earned through struggle, and your calm now is not softness, but mastery. You no longer explain yourself unnecessarily. You no longer overextend to be accepted, and your boundaries speak with a confidence that requires no justification. This change feels threatening to people who relied on your self-doubt because they built their comfort around a version of you that no longer exists. This transformation is not only psychological, but deeply connected to spirituality and spiritual development. Because you did not simply heal behaviors, you healed identity. You released roles shaped by pain and stepped into alignment with who you were always meant to be. As a result, your presence carries a different frequency, one that no longer negotiates its worth or seeks permission to take up space. Some people respond to this with distance, others with confusion, and some with sudden admiration. But all of these reactions reveal the same truth. Your growth disrupts narratives they depended on. You are no longer accessible in the same ways because access now requires respect, and empathy is no longer offered at the expense of your well-being. You understand that compassion without boundaries becomes self-erasure, and awareness without action keeps you trapped. This is the wisdom earned through experience, not theory. You learn that silence can be strategic, that patience can coexist with power, and that restraint does not mean submission. Your evolution was never designed to be comfortable for those who stayed stagnant. The message embedded in this journey is clear and practical. Do not allow others to define you by the season they benefited from. Recognize that healing can look intimidating to people who relied on your brokenness. Trust that growth may create distance before it creates alignment. Understand that your pain refined you rather than reduced you. And most importantly, honor who you have become by refusing to return to versions of yourself that existed only to survive. Your comeback is not an announcement or a performance. It is the natural result of self-awareness, alignment, and spiritual development expressed through quiet confidence and unwavering self-respect. Comment below, "I am no longer defined by my wounds," if you're ready to step into your true power and let your comeback speak for itself. 3. Your breakdown was actually a transformation phase. What you went through wasn't a breakdown. It was a breakthrough disguised as destruction, a necessary collapse that allowed your soul to be rebuilt from the inside out. To others, it may have looked like failure, weakness, or chaos, but it was Carl Jung's dark night of the soul, a sacred, hidden transformation that stripped away the noise of the world so your inner strength could be reborn in silence. While the surface crumbled, your roots were growing deeper, and as Jung wisely said, the tree that reaches to heaven must have roots that reach to hell. You were not falling apart. You were falling into alignment, shedding old patterns, false identities, and learned helplessness that no longer served your highest self. Spiritual wisdom teaches that growth rarely looks graceful in the beginning. It often feels like isolation, loss, confusion, and an identity crisis. But in that pain, your awareness was sharpening. Your spirit was detoxing, and your clarity was quietly being forged in fire. You see, people who only knew you in your wounded state became comfortable with that version of you. The one who stayed quiet to keep the peace. The one who dimmed their light to make others feel more secure. The one who overgave and under-received in the name of loyalty. But healing changed your energy. You started honoring your worth. You stopped showing up where you weren't seen. You stopped chasing validation and started embodying self-respect. That shift, though powerful, is uncomfortable for others because your boundaries now expose their lack of them. Your calm presence reveals their chaos, and your confidence shines a light on their insecurity. And that's why your comeback will terrify them, not because you became arrogant or cold, but because you became whole. You're no longer someone who tolerates crumbs of affection or explanations instead of accountability. You're no longer molding yourself to be digestible or shrinking to stay likable. You are finally honoring your truth. The version of you that's rising now carries a different frequency, one that no longer seeks permission to exist, that no longer bends under pressure, that no longer fears being misunderstood. This isn't about revenge or proving your worth to people who never saw it. It's about finally seeing it for yourself. Maya Angelou once said, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them the first time." And now, you do. You believe what people's actions tell you. You trust your body, your intuition, your spirit. You've become the mirror that many people cannot face, because your presence forces them to confront what they've been avoiding. Your silence is no longer passive, it is sacred. Your no is no longer negotiable, it is protection. And your peace is no longer something you sacrifice for acceptance, it is your new standard. This is spiritual wisdom in its purest form. Not loud, not performative, but grounded, intentional, and unshakably aligned. And now, as you move forward with clarity, discernment, and quiet power, know that your evolution is your closure, and your glow is your comeback. 4. You integrated your shadow instead of suppressing it. You integrated your shadow instead of silencing it. You stopped hiding your anger, your boundaries, your right to say no, and your power to walk away. What once made you feel ashamed now makes you whole. You realized that denying these parts of yourself wasn't noble. It was self-abandonment. And when you reclaimed them, you didn't become aggressive. You became complete. You stopped being the version of yourself who only survived and started living with integrity. This process of individuation was not a spiritual escape, but a spiritual return to your truth, your wholeness, your clarity. In embracing what you were taught to suppress, you dismantled every illusion that told you you had to be soft to be good, silent to be loved, or selfless to be accepted. You now understand that spirituality without self-awareness is just performance. Spiritual awakening without shadow work is incomplete. By allowing your shadow to rise not as your master, but as your messenger, you now speak with a clarity that doesn't tremble. Walk with a posture that doesn't shrink, and protect your peace with a power that doesn't need to explain itself. Your anger is no longer rage, it's information. Your boundaries are no longer walls, they are sacred filters. Your silence is no longer fear, it is discernment. The people who only knew the version of you that broke quietly, who gave too much, who tolerated what hurt, now feel a distance they can't name. That distance is your alignment. Your comeback terrifies them because it wasn't loud, but it was irreversible. It wasn't about revenge. It was about remembering. Remembering your worth. Remembering your voice. Remembering that you do not have to fracture yourself to be chosen. That you do not have to exhaust yourself to be enough. The version of you that once begged for love now sits in self-respect. The version that once over-explained now lets silence speak. The version that once feared being too much now knows that those who flinch at your fullness were never meant to stay. This is not arrogance. This is restoration. This is what spirituality becomes when it is lived through truth, not just talked about in theory. Spiritual awakening does not make you softer in a world that feeds on silence. It makes you sacredly untouchable. And your wholeness is not something to prove. It is something to embody. Those who only knew the wounded will not recognize this version, and they're not meant to. Did this message resonate with you? If you've integrated your shadow, instead of suppressing it, comment, "I've integrated my shadow below," and let this wisdom continue to unfold through you. 5. You stopped absorbing abuse and became a mirror. When you stopped absorbing abuse and started reflecting it back, you didn't just heal. You transformed into someone who no longer operates from wounds, but from wisdom. You no longer internalize the chaos others try to impose. Instead, you let their energy return to them, unfiltered, through the clarity of your presence. What once broke you now reveals their brokenness, because your silence is no longer passive, it's a boundary. Your kindness no longer invites disrespect, it commands discernment. This shift is not about revenge or bitterness. It's about evolution, a natural result of spiritual development. You have walked through pain not to remain a victim, but to become a guardian of your own peace. Now, when someone tries to manipulate you, you don't argue, you observe. When someone attempts to guilt trip you, you don't explain, you detach. You've realized that spirituality isn't about always being nice. It's about being clear, grounded, and awake. There is something deeply unsettling about a person who no longer needs validation because they cannot be controlled. The old version of you that tolerated emotional chaos has died, and the one who emerged in its place terrifies those who thrived in your confusion. They're not shocked by your anger. They're shaken by your calm. They're not offended by your distance. They're terrified of your clarity. Because now, you mirror their energy back with such precision that they must face themselves, and most people fear that more than anything. You do not need to raise your voice, explain yourself endlessly, or shrink your energy to make others comfortable. You've reclaimed your power, and that power shows up in the way you choose peace without asking for permission, in the way you honor your boundaries without guilt, and in the way you no longer entertain conversations that drain your spirit. What makes your comeback so powerful isn't how loud it is, it's how rooted it is in truth. You're no longer trying to be understood, by those committed to misunderstanding you. You're no longer shaping yourself to fit into spaces that were never built to hold you. Your growth disrupts the narrative others created about you, and your presence becomes a living contradiction to their expectations. This is what spiritual development looks like. It's not about becoming untouchable. It's about becoming deeply aligned. And in that alignment, your very existence exposes what others are still hiding from. You've stopped apologizing for being whole. You've stopped negotiating your worth. You've stopped bleeding for people who would never do the same for you. And that shift will shake the foundation of everyone who once mistook your wounds for weakness. The lessons here are undeniable. Stop explaining your transformation to those who only valued you when you were broken. Understand that healing is not passive, it is spiritual resistance. Know that your peace is your power, your boundaries are sacred, and your presence is no longer available to chaos. You are the mirror now, and your very reflection demands accountability. That is why your comeback is not just inspiring, it's terrifying to those who once benefited from your silence. 6. Your calm and indifference removed their power. When you stop explaining yourself, when you no longer seek validation or react with emotion, you dismantle the very mechanism that others once used to control you. And this calmness, this unshakable presence, begins to terrify those who only knew how to manipulate you through chaos. The silence that now surrounds you isn't emptiness, it's power. You're no longer moved by guilt trips, emotional blackmail, or reactive triggers because your spiritual wisdom has matured into stillness. You've realized that peace is more potent than any defense, and that nothing disarms a manipulator faster than indifference. As Carl Jung said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. You've accepted yourself so fully that the noise of others no longer distracts you. This transformation is not about becoming heartless, it's about becoming whole. Your ability to detach doesn't come from apathy, but from clarity. It's a sign that you've taken your power back from every hand you once begged in front of. Those who fed on your confusion now face a version of you they can't reach. They depended on your wounds, your need to explain, to belong, to be liked, but now you no longer perform. You no longer flinch when misunderstood. That stability unsettles them, because without your reaction, their tactics fall flat. You've become unreadable, and in that unreadability, you've become unshakable. As Eleanor Roosevelt once said, no one can make you feel inferior without your consent. You've withdrawn that consent completely. Now, your boundaries speak without shouting, and your absence is louder than your presence ever was. You show up not to prove, but to protect your energy. You engage not out of fear, but from deep alignment with your purpose. This isn't just healing, it's evolution. You're not here to win battles anymore. You've won yourself. Your past no longer anchors you, and your silence is a sword carved from every time you were silenced. You don't explain your value, you embody it. That's why your comeback shakes the foundation of every dynamic that once held you small. Your energy no longer leaks through people-pleasing, explaining, or apologizing for your boundaries. You've learned that presence is more commanding than performance. And spiritual wisdom isn't about rising above others, it's about rising within. The ones who only knew the version of you that bled for their comfort will not recognize the sovereign you've become. And that, in itself, is your quiet revenge. not through anger, but through evolution. Don't forget to subscribe for more spiritual wisdom on reclaiming your power, mastering calm, and rising beyond the version of you they once tried to control. 7. Their fear comes from losing access to you, not losing you. Their fear does not come from losing you as a person. It comes from losing access to you, because what they truly miss is not your presence, but the version of you they could exploit without resistance. They were comfortable with the you who overgave, who explained yourself endlessly, who absorbed discomfort so others would not have to face their own. When you begin to reclaim yourself through spirituality and spiritual awakening, that old access quietly disappears, and what feels like growth to you feels like rejection to them. Your boundaries are suddenly labeled as coldness, distance, or abandonment, not because they are cruel, but because those boundaries interrupt a pattern that once benefited others at your expense. The truth is simple yet unsettling. People who thrive on your self-abandonment experience your self-respect as loss. When you stop bending to be accepted, when you stop shrinking to keep peace, the dynamic changes, and change is threatening to those who never intended to change with you. Carl Jung captured this transformation when he wrote, "The tree that reaches to heaven must have roots that go down to hell. Because once you have faced your depths and returned with awareness, you no longer tolerate relationships built on imbalance. Healing does not make you harder. It makes you clearer. You begin to see that love without respect is conditional, that connection without reciprocity is extraction, and that not everyone who stayed close was ever truly aligned with your well-being. As your spiritual awakening deepens, your energy shifts from availability to intention. You no longer feel compelled to rescue, overfunction, or justify your worth. This is where discomfort arises, because the healed version of you does not negotiate boundaries or apologize for having them. What others interpret as emotional distance is often nothing more than discernment, the quiet wisdom that knows where your presence belongs and where it no longer fits. The version of you that once tolerated emotional imbalance was familiar, predictable, and easy to access, and familiarity often masquerades as attachment. When that familiarity disappears, it exposes who was connected to you and who was attached to what they could take from you. Your comeback unsettles people because it removes leverage. You no longer respond from guilt, fear, or obligation, and this forces others to confront the reality that the relationship depended on your silence and compliance. Friedrich Nietzsche once observed, "He who has a why to live can bear almost any how, and your why has changed. You are no longer living to be needed, approved of, or indispensable. You are living to be aligned." This shift dismantles unspoken agreements that were built during your wounded years. Agreements where your emotional labor went unquestioned and your needs were secondary. Through spirituality, you come to understand that compassion without self-respect becomes self-erasure. You learn that access to your time, energy, and emotional presence is not automatic. It is earned through mutual care. When you stop offering unlimited access, those who benefited from your lack of limits often respond with confusion or resentment, because your healing removes a comfort they never realized was unfair. Yet this discomfort is not a sign that you are doing something wrong. It is evidence that something unhealthy can no longer continue unchanged. Spiritual awakening sharpens perception, and with that clarity comes the courage to choose yourself without explaining or defending the choice. You realize that people who are meant to grow with you will adapt, while those who cannot were never connected to your becoming, only to your availability. Your silence becomes intentional, your kindness becomes grounded, and your presence becomes selective. This transformation feels threatening to those who only knew the wounded you because it reveals a truth they would rather avoid. The relationship was sustained by your self-neglect. In this way, your comeback is not an act of rebellion, but a return to balance. You are no longer abandoning yourself to maintain proximity, and that alone reshapes every dynamic around you. The fear you encounter is not about losing you. It is about losing the version of you that made life easier for others at your own expense. And once that version is gone, there is no way to recreate it without betraying the wisdom you have earned. 8. Your comeback is quiet, final, and sovereign. Your comeback is quiet, final, and sovereign. And this is the part that confuses those who only knew you when you were wounded. You are not returning to explain yourself, to prove your worth, or to demand recognition for what you survived. You are choosing yourself with calm certainty, reclaiming your energy without announcement, and becoming permanently unavailable to manipulation, drama, and emotional bargaining. This shift unsettles others because power that does not argue, defend, or seek approval is deeply uncomfortable to people who once benefited from your silence. You are no longer driven by the need for closure because you understand that closure is an internal decision, not a conversation waiting to happen. You are no longer interested in retaliation because you have learned that true strength does not mirror harm but transcends it. This realization marks a profound stage of spiritual development where your actions are no longer reactions shaped by past wounds, but conscious choices rooted in self-respect and emotional maturity. As Carl Jung wrote, "The tree that reaches to heaven must have roots that go down to hell, and you have already been there. That is why your return is not loud or chaotic, but grounded, composed, and intentional, reflecting a person who knows exactly where they stand and no longer seeks permission to exist fully." You may notice that those who once underestimated you now feel unsettled by your presence, not because you are threatening, but because you are no longer accessible in the ways you once were. You no longer over-explain, over-give, or shrink to maintain harmony. This is where spirituality becomes practical rather than symbolic, teaching you that boundaries are not walls built from resentment, but doors closed with clarity and self-trust. You are not withdrawing to punish anyone. You are conserving your energy to protect your growth. And in doing so, you demonstrate a form of self-mastery that speaks louder than confrontation ever could. Your comeback is not a performance staged for an audience that once doubted you. It is a private alignment with your values, your nervous system, and your identity. This alignment is what makes your presence feel steadier and less negotiable, as if you have stepped out of old roles and into a self-defined position that cannot be argued with. In this phase of spiritual development, you understand that not everyone deserves access to you. That peace is a form of wealth, and that being misunderstood is often the cost of outgrowing environments that required you to stay small. This is not avoidance. It is discernment, and it reflects a mature spirituality that values inner order over external validation. The lessons are clear and practical. Choose silence over explanation when your peace is at stake. Recognize boundaries as a spiritual practice rather than a defensive act. Understand that true power does not announce itself, and remember that growth is not betrayal. When you align with your values, protect your energy, and honor your healing, your life becomes the evidence, and that quiet evidence is the most lasting proof of transformation. If you're ready to embody a quiet, final, and sovereign comeback, affirm it now. Comment below, "I stand sovereign," to claim your transformation and anchor this new chapter of your life. To conclude, your comeback is not about revenge or proving anything to anyone. It is the natural result of the strength you forged in silence. When you rise after being broken, you don't return as the wounded version people once underestimated. You return with clarity, self-respect, and an unshakable inner power. That transformation can be unsettling to those who only knew you when you were hurting, but it is also the clearest sign that you have healed, evolved, and stepped into your true self. If this message resonated with you, please like this video, share it with someone who needs this reminder, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on spiritual growth and inner transformation. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos on awakening your true potential.